Again, with a challenging agenda ahead of us, we will today complete or finalize the discussion on the workstream 2 proposals on ethic standards for sustainability reporting, and then move on to the discussion on the strategy and work paper, which is, as the name says, a strategic topic and discussion for this board. And at the end of the day, before we head for our social activity, we will have an executive session where the findings or the outcomes, the results of the culture exercise that has been launched will be shared with the board. Before we start, Ken has some administrative issues or topics to share with you. Ken?
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. Good morning, everyone. Just two matters to bring to your attention. Tomorrow's session at the IFAC offices is a joint plenary session. All board members and TAs will be expected to be there. There will be breakfast served there. There will be no food here. So do not come here. For those who are not if you don't have any sort of expectation to speak at the session, even though you would be able to watch it online, do turn up there for at least for the technical advisors and the board members. There will be seating for you in the main boardroom. For the staff and the public observers, there will be observation stations in the upper floors in some of the rooms upstairs. So that's one announcement. And secondly, in terms of the meeting today and for the rest of the week, just a reminder again, once you've finished, whatever break food you're having, do put your sort of empty cups, plates, etc., in the trash bins, so that we can help the people here tidy up the room for the next session. Thank you. Tomorrow's session is from 9 to 11, and after the session, we will come straight here to the IESBA. Thank you.
Very well, thank you, Ken. And we can now start with the substantive topics of our agenda today. And I'll give the floor to Christelle, I think.
Thank you, Gabriela. The last two presentation points that we wanted to share with you is on terms and definitions on two terms, sustainability information and professional activity, professional services. And then we will go through the first reading process. So as a reminder, the sustainability information, where we got now, we had, I think, two versions shared with the board. We also presented it to the CAG last week. We all agreed that there was a need for a definition, that sustainability information was our preferred term, even if we looked at sustainability matters, data or factors, that we proposed the ISA 5000 during our coordination to adopt the same definition. As I said yesterday, they took a first step with our first version. Hopefully we can go further, but in any case, we do not feel upset about the slight differences, and we're going to explain why. We also, of course, took consideration of the other global standards that have chosen their definition. I won't go through that because we went extensively on that in June. So the version we reach now is the following. The changes in red is to take account of the CAG's recommendation that we had last week. So this is the difference with your documents received for the board. So the changes were made to streamline the first part which is the definition part, and to put some details or characteristics into the explanation factors. So we end up now with an information about the opportunities, risks, or impacts of economic, environment, social governance, or other sustainability factors on an entity's activities, services, or products, or an entity activities, services, or products on the economy, the environment, or the public, or an information that has been defined by law, regulation, or a relevant reporting or assurance framework as sustainability information or equivalent terms. And then we have a list, which is not meant as an exhaustive list. So sustainability information includes information that may be expressed in financial or non-financial terms, historical or forward-looking, prepared for internal purposes, or mandatory or voluntary disclosure, obtained from an entity or its value chain, such as customers and suppliers, related to the quantitative or qualitative evaluation of an entity's past or expected performance over the short, medium, or long term, and these are described in an entity's policies, plans, goals, commitments, or representation. So we have a structure where we have this definition part, where we expanded the reference beyond the ESG usual factor, so that our definition is sustainable, lasts over time, because we do not know what other factors might join the kind of information we are speaking about. We also made sure to have it explicitly on opportunities, risk, and impacts, and on or by the entity. Okay, these were building blocks that we went through over this year, in fact. And of course, we have this not wrap up, but if there is a definition in a law or a regulation, of course, it should be taken into account. Then we have that description, we call that, in italics. So there is a clear distinction between the two parts, which is this non-exhaustive illustration. It was amended to take June's board and the CAG's recommendation, as in comments, with an explicit mention about information not disclosed or disclosed by law or voluntarily, to expand on the notion of value chain, so giving a little bit more words of what we meant that it included, and to make reference to past and future performance, using more neutral terms than forecasts that we had in the previous version, which may have a financial connotation. As a reminder, for the moment, IESBA 5000 is using the concept of sustainability matters, but in fact, we propose different terms to describe the same reality. This is connected to the fact that IESBA 5000 will apply to sustainability assurance only, okay? While the code, the IESBA code, is addressing both ethics and assurance, and the whole range of services that a PA or SAP can provide. So, and in fact, in substance, there is an alignment between those definitions. IESBA's definition is maybe more comprehensive and scopes in terms of the scope of legal or voluntary frameworks, etc., including ISA. The fact that, in fact, we include ISA, we do not make reference to it, and it's normal because we are framework neutral. Okay. So we use the same sustainability related factors, economic, environmental, social. We're both referencing to double materiality. And we're both describing governance related initiatives such as policies, plans, and goals, where an entity's sustainability strategy may be outlined. So in substance, we are aligned. So we want to ask the board if, after taking all these considerations and getting to this new version of sustainability information, the board agrees with that definition. We can maybe come back to the definition. Oh, it's here. It's here. Yes, yes, of course.
If I can add something, thank you, Christelle. Just to note the parts highlighted in green, because we have on the left-hand side the IESBA proposal, and on the right-hand side the two definitions that IESBA is using. Just to highlight the parts highlighted in green in each of those definitions. And item B in IESBA's or workstream 2's proposal is essentially the part that scopes in the definitions that IESBA uses, as well as any other definition or description or equivalent that other frameworks might use, other assurance frameworks, other reporting frameworks, legal frameworks. So just to note that little bit that we have in green in our proposal is what allows to, yes, to capture any other definitions.
Yeah.
So, no question. So, approved. Thank you. Yes, Ken.
Yeah, sorry, Christian, maybe it's just one question which I anticipate might be raised as stakeholders look at those two definitions side by side. And that's the concept of cultural matters in the IESBA definition. And we don't make a specific reference to this. And the question that might be raised is, why doesn't IESBA pick that up and make an explicit reference to cultural matters in IESBA's definition? Now, I suppose one could argue that it's covered under the concept, you know, the other information, but if that's the case,
well,
why not be
some
explicit?
might argue it's related, included in social aspects, and as we have included that concept of other sustainability factors, we felt that it was more neutral to keep it like that instead of expanding the list with something else than ESG, which is really common internationally, etc., and that we felt everybody in the board necessary to expand a little, and then other sustainability factors. If some don't feel with culture in social, they will feel with culture in other. Starting to list, I don't know, it's where would you stop? Would you add something next year? Because there is another concept which is rising, sorry. We felt it was okay to stop here.
Great. Yes, Mark, please.
Just to say, I'm very comfortable that culture fits under the S and there's no need for it. I think in many ways it's ESG is an international, it's a global concept, it's well understood, and I don't really think it's helpful to try and add in additional things beyond that. So I'm very happy with what the work stream proposes, even though it doesn't necessarily align directly with the IAASB.
Can I use this instead of?
Yes, please do, Vania, please.
Thank you. Well, ESG is an acronym that was originated in the United Nations. And recently there is a movement, a group of people that understand that the culture was missing in ESG. That is not the perception of United Nations, but I understand that maybe IAASB has put it there in the chance that United Nations decided to hear for that. But as Christelle said, in social, it is the same time that we are arguing with IESB right now. They want to separate human capital from human rights. And we are completely against that because it is within the same topic. So I don't think that dividing and created this and this and this and this will be something useful in the future. So we discussed that in the task force and we understood that, yes, culture is a part of the social aspect. So no need for us to add that.
Okay, thank you for the additional input. Vania. Jorge, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support the alignment with the IAASB on the definition of terms such as sustainability information. From the perspective of clarity, it is preferable to continue to align with the terms with ISSA 5000 with the definition of terms as much as possible, I think. For example, the IESBA code uses a sustainability assurance practitioner, while ISSA 5000 uses the term just as a practitioner. And I think there are reasonable reasons when we look at the item by item, but when we look at the clarity perspective, the continuous alignment as much as possible is preferable. I think this is my opinion. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jorge. Tom, please.
I just like to add the Yuhai's comment is that I understand that the PIOB has been discussing to align or using the identical term between the IWSB and the IESBA. That's my understanding. At the same time, and it's okay that culture is a very good example of the discussion. I think that the IESBA has a sort of the rationale for not including the one. Perhaps if you have a discussion with the IWSB, they have other rationale to for including that term. What we are required is that we present the market to the users. Not only that what the IESBA is thinking or not IWSB are thinking, we have to present the same, how can I say, argument. We understand we need some sort of the coordination between the IWC and IESBA. And then if we understand their position and it's a sort of the agreed to disagree, it's okay. And then if we the both rational is consistent or can be stand on the same floor, it's okay. But up until now, your discussion concerning, for example, the United Nations, that's rational may perhaps apply to the IWSB. Then we would like to understand, or the users would like to understand what the IWSB are thinking on that topic. So that sort of a discussion or that sort of a coordination, just like the one between the workstream 1 and workstream, that might be required. That's how can I say, that's the meaning of the continuous discussion from the PIOB. So I understand it's very difficult because they are out for the ED. So, but we have to prepare for that. That's
Thank you very much for your comment, Tom. I will probably listen to the others first,
Yeah.
and then even provide some comments. Thank you very much. Hector, please. Andy, sorry.
Thank you. It'd be perfectly fine. So, but thank you. Much respect. It sounds like there's no dispute that cultural matters are matters, matters or information that we consider as part of the topic that belongs in this overall. It just is whether we articulate it specifically or not. And I think we understand that with the incorporation by reference of the assurance, we're incorporating it. But I would just suggest that perhaps if it's taking a 5-10 minute conversation for us to verify that the cultural is in here, then why the heck just don't we put it in there, and then no one has to be confused about it? Because it wouldn't offend me to put cultural in there. I don't think it's needed for the reasons you've just expressed, but maybe it is needed because of the perhaps consternation it might cause to our users. So I don't know if that helps, but I would say let's put it in.
I think it helps. Hector.
I just wanted to add a word in the sense that alignment with the other definition might not be the best route, because at least the way I see it, that definition has deficiencies. For example, it talks about the impacts in the blue part on double B. It talks about the impacts on the entity, but if you read the sentence, it's the impacts of the activity of the same company. And our definition is much better because it talks about the effects of environment on the company, the society on the company. So if there was any alignment, I think it should go the other way around.
So you are aligned with the CAC.
Yes, so I just want to say that I really like the way the definition is framed, and I think that it really scopes in the IEESB definition and any other potential definition. But just in case you are considering to really like broaden it, although I think it's broad enough, you may want to just add in there like general development objectives. I mean, now that Vanya mentioned the SDGs, because today you have the 17 SDGs, and they are framed the way they are, but you never know, how these might change because we were with the Millennium Development Goals, there were a couple of them, and then they expanded them to 17, and now there's a whole lot of things like biodiversity and so on and so forth, which might go under these like very explicitly or might not seem to be really under those. So if you want to broaden it, although I think it's fine, you may want to say general development objectives, and this way you're really sort of future proofing it, because this way, whatever ultimately is at one point, decided to be, important to sustainability of humanity and the planet and whatever, it will automatically be scoped in. So just a thought.
But general development objectives, we should reference then to the origin of the word, because it doesn't speak to all users. I thought that with other sustainability factors, we got
I think so.
Sustainability of our definition.
Thank you, Vanya.
Thank you. First, we've had discussed our definition with IEESB, and,
yes,
and they have even made their definition closer to the one that we have. But the purpose of the two bodies is different. Their purpose is just to deal with assurance, and ours is broader. So there is no lack of interaction between the two groups. The question about including culture is that the more you turn the definition exhaustive, more you open room for others to miss some other thing. Maybe you have to separate environmental from biodiversity and climate, and then further you have to separate flores than minerals and so far. So we understand that having a general definition that encompasses everything will be much better. And I'm passionate about the Sustainable Development Goals of UN. My doctorate is based on that. But the Sustainable Development Goals are better known as the Agenda 2030. And we are already coming to the end of 2023. Maybe if you include the Sustainable Development Goal, in a few years, someone will say that IESBA code is outdated. Then that's just my perception.
Thank you, Vania. Yes, Tom, please.
Thank you very much. I understand point that the point I would like to clarify is that we understand that the objective of the definition is different between the IESB and IESBA. So if we can make the rationale on the basis of the objectives, it's okay. I mean, that's because the objective of the definition is different in each court. So this is like this, or this is like this, it's okay. But if there, for example, the issue of culture is not be a little bit difficult from the difference of the objective definition, because I understand that the IESBA would like to a little bit more have a broader definition. Then why the culture shouldn't be in the definition of the IESBA? I mean, it's okay. I mean, that's I understand the rationale of the rationale of the for not including culture. It's okay, but the rationale should be in line with the difference with the objective of the IESBA and of the definition each court. So that's what we have to prepare for the overarching presentation. So it's a little bit the issue of governance of SSVs. I mean, we understand that the discussion within the IESBA is very solid, very robust, but the normal way of expression of their wording of each code and standard, it's okay, it's to be different, but the sustainability information is a core or the starting point. That's why the PIOB has been continuously insisting of the having a little bit not truly identical, but they have to be clearly and explained to the outside world. That's I think that's standpoint of the PIO.
Okay.
Lauren.
Thank you, Tom. Laura, please.
Thank you. Just on that note, the coordination with the IESB, just to note that we have been coordinating intensely with the IESB. We have bi-weekly calls at the staff level, and we also have some meetings at the board liaison level. And this definition of sustainability information is one that we have discussed many times. We also discussed this little bit about the cultural and their reasons for including it and our reasons for not including it. This is certainly a topic that we will keep coordinating with them. Of course, right now they have their ED out for exposure, so they will not be able to make any changes for now. And the fact that I think we have had certain proposals and involved in our proposals, and right now they have these two definitions. It's also related to the different timelines. They had to settle on one or two definitions in this case and go out for exposure while we are evolving, but it's certainly a topic that we will continue to coordinate. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Laura. Rich, please.
Yeah, I was going to say some of what Laura said, because they did kind of reach a time wall where they had to go with something while the discussions were still going on, but they did make changes, and perhaps tomorrow they can explain to you also why they need it in two definitions instead of one, and they have a very good rationale as how that fits in the assurance model. So that's good. The one thing I want to be careful, and I don't remember how strong we felt or didn't feel about the cultural issue. But we looked at a large number of definitions that various groups have out there. And the concept is, we tried to write ours in a way that no matter what somebody stuck in their framework or their definition, it was encompassed within ours for purposes of how applying the ethics standards and the independence standards. And so I think we need to recognize that there will be people or frameworks that define sustainability information differently down the road. And what we were trying to create was something that was at a higher level, as opposed to trying to match word for word what everybody else had in their definition. So that's a little bit of the philosophy from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. If you allow me just a reaction to this interesting discussion. First of all, thank you very much, Tom, for raising this point again. It's something that we can't forget nor neglect until the last day of these projects at the IESBA level and IESB level. And that's what we have been doing. We have been really walking the talk and trying to make it what is possible on the both sides to come up with something which is consistent. We are in different phases of the projects, and this does not make our lives easier because, as we see, the pace of the development of the projects are different. And what we have promised was somehow to meet at the end of the project. I mean, the process is not completely aligned in terms of parallel, but we will meet at the end. We will coordinate what is necessary at the end. So first of all, to leave clear that we are very well aware, but that we are grateful to the PIOB for not letting us forget about the need to do this. And this is very clear. No, I'm speaking seriously. I'm not being ironic, Tom. This is really necessary. Also because we know it, but it's important that everybody has that on mind. So first thing. So the second thing, with respect to the concrete issue of sustainability information, we started from very different starting points. It was, to be frank, one of the issues of the problems that concerned me at the start was how were we going to deal with such different concepts. There has been some work, a lot of work made to allow this to converge much more than it was at the start. But of course, we recognize it's a fact. It's not a matter of interpretation or opinion, that there are still some differences. Now, this is not the end of the story. As Laura said, they are in a phase of their project where they are not able to make changes. But we also received, and this is clear for us, an indication from the CAG that we should not, just because we are 3 months later, that we should follow whatever the IESB decides, also because they will still have to test their proposals. We did a lot of outreach before before we are going out with the standards, organized the roundtables, etc. So we already have a substantial input from our stakeholders. So this different pace will have impacts at the end. Thirdly, and this is a personal opinion, I mean, thank you, Andy, because I have exactly the same approach as you to life in general. If it's not absolutely necessary or harmful, then let it go. As we say in Portuguese, you take the bike. So it's okay. I'm not sure that this is the case, and that's what you're saying. I think that we should test it and see if including culture would be necessary or not. From my first intuition is that this is right, and just like Vania said, if we start drilling down the ESG into many pieces, for instance, I heard, and from someone relevant, that the next the ESG is going to be ESGG because we have to include diversity and geographic politics. I don't know, geo something in the ESG. So I don't know, maybe biodiversity, etc. So culture, just like Vania, I think I always looked at it as a part of social, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some specificities of the impacts of culture in the company and the company in culture that we should, so relevant that we should make them a part of the definition. I don't know. So I think it's important that this has been raised, and thank you, Ken and Tom and etc. Because, and I see that the task force has seriously addressed and made a decision on the basis of a reflection, which is something, but we will of course keep on monitoring it, and if necessary, because I would like also to understand why they thought this is important. What is behind that perception that it would be important to add culture, or if it's only a word more in the alphabet soup of sustainability. So, well, I think that the conclusion is that we will continue to address the topic, and this is a serious one because the definition is what will come out as one of the signs or benchmarks about the coordination between the two boards, which, and this is my final and last word, I think that this board has agreed since the start that we will make all that is necessary to align and coordinate with IESB, but that should not bring us to make decisions which we believe are not good. So that's why I think that on the substance, we should keep what is central to our board. And if there are some adjustments that we don't like that much, etc., that we have to make, then let's go with them. Thank you. Christelle, back to you.
So the second definition was on professional activity in services. In June, we concluded the board by recommending to use engagements instead of professional activity, because changing the content of the description of professional activity needed to be carefully considered, since there was potential impacts on PA's certification, qualification, and training. In fact, we had a lot of input on that, so it was still meant as non-satisfactory for a number of members. In their summer comments, it was clear. And we also had this discussion that was recommended by the board with the International Education Standard staff. I think it was at the staff level, and to understand whether any changes were anticipated to their standards to reflect sustainability related considerations. And we were informed that IFAC will consider whether the existing IES warrant any amendments soon in November. Okay. So it seems that there is an evolution possible, and also when we were drafting all these with the engagement, we faced difficulties in some of the description, in some of the sections. And so despite the fact that what we disclosed in August was based on this replacement of professional activities by engagement, we had further consideration to that and worked it not later also than on Sunday. In fact, we propose to go back to use professional activity and professional services in part 5, and to revise the extant definition of professional activity to incorporate services provided by both the PAs and the practitioners, so that one term will be used throughout the code, which is, of course, the better situation, the better solution, unless it is impossible, of course. So Using the same terms throughout the code is clear for PAs. You will find the notion all over the code. They are used to those terms and associate a certain meaning with them. Using a different, an undefined word to signify the same as defined terms in the glossary would also be a factor for confusion. And also having a single definition instead of two promotes the integrity of the code and its glossary and facilitates the readability and the understandability of the code and therefore its adoption, implementation, and enforcement. So we revised the definition of professional activity to include the sustainability. Well, so it's an activity requiring professional and not accountancy or related, but a professional skills undertaken by a professional accountant or a sustainability assurance practitioner, including accounting, auditing, sustainability reporting, sustainability assurance, tax, consulting, and financial management. We thought that management consulting, and I think it was a discussion with the ESRG also, management consulting was maybe not large enough, and consulting activities would be more adapted to users as such as practitioners. So on professional services, in fact, we propose no change to the definition that is in the extant code. So professional activities performed for clients, that's perfect for in our new context. So if this solution of getting back to something unique for the whole code and a little bit adapted in its content, as it seems that for the training, education, and qualification of the PAs, it is not going to pose a problem. We would like to have your comments. Yes.
If I may add something. Thank you, Christelle. Just to note that on the definition of professional activity that we are now proposing to change, if you note, there's a first part, again, that is more of a definition, and then there's examples. And what we try to do is to broaden the part that mentions the skills, and also because it wouldn't work for sustainability assurance practitioners, the reference to accountancy, and then just detail in terms of the examples with reference to the sustainability activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle and Laura. Hector.
One question. I know that we're not preparing sustainability reporting standards that are profession agnostic, but can we have this definition to fit them as well, like advanced ahead by removing the word assurance after sustainability and before practitioner? This is applicable to any sustainability practitioner.
Oh, it's applicable also to a PA.
Yeah, but if the reporting is not done by a PA,
yes,
by a by a sustainability practitioner, not assurance reporting. If we remove the word assurance in red there, would this definition not be a little bit broader and include those doing reporting that are not PAs?
I don't see why. If we pull out assurance, we give back something to those who are in.
Otherwise, it's a PA. It has to be a PA.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
By a professional accountant. Oh yes, or a practitioner, and it's not open enough.
So if we remove assurance from practitioner, we could also include those doing reporting.
But then the sustainability practitioner, I don't think it is defined.
Sustainability assurance practitioner is the defined term.
I
Yeah, but
understand.
not sustainability practitioner. We
I
didn't.
understand that.
We didn't qualify what.
It's just an idea because.
Yeah. I understand your meaning. It's
Okay.
interesting because it would give the way. I think it would be preferable that we include that amendments when we go to this revision of part 2, because then we will have the time to reflect on how would we qualify who is not a PA and is involved in preparation. I think it deserves a little bit thinking. And I think it would not be a too complex adaptation to be done in the same project. I don't know what you think about that, Ken. I would feel a little bit upset to include this, but I understand your proposition to open the door or the window right now. Interesting.
Okay, thank you, Hector. Andy, please.
Thank you. So I think I'm okay with this, but I just wanted to share some of the thought process with the rest of the board because I had raised early days about the issue of professional agnostic needs to be, we need to have assurance, not to use that term, that the folks doing it would be professionals, would be skilled and capable and qualified. And I just was initially concerned about that we have professional accountant or sustainability assurance practitioner as opposed to professional. But I think I'm okay with where we've landed because at the beginning of the sentence where it says an activity requiring professional skills. And I think I'm okay because now that workstream 2 has incorporated our fundamental principles. But since I raised this at the beginning and I want to search and I'm extroverted in how I think, I thought I would just share with you my thoughts to see if anyone disagrees that we're only incorporating the people doing these services as people who will be, we consider to be professionals. So I think for those reasons, I'm okay with this, but I just wanted to express that to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriel. So Crystal, there's only going to be one glossary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm reacting well to Hector's comment where you can say professional accountant or a sustainability practitioner. Because why are we just worried about the sustainability assurance practitioner? And then when you go to including accounting, auditing, I would have said sustainability reporting or assurance. You don't need sustainability twice over. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Chana. Mark, please.
So I would support Chana's position with reporting or assurance because sustainability on its own is not an activity. So I was sort of with where you were going, Andy, and then I was thinking sustainability itself isn't an activity. So we need to sort of define the activity to make it work. But I'm very happy to go with what Chana proposes.
Thank you, Mark. Sadia.
I wanted to express my appreciation to the working group, to the task force for actually making it streamlined. These definitions are integral to the understanding of the code, and the way we've landed makes it easy to understand instead of adding any additional complexity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Laurie, please.
Yes, I also have done a great job on the definitions. What we discussed previously. I do think sustainability assurance practitioner better sustainability practitioner.
Okay, I propose that we will reflect with the group to just capture if there are indirect consequences, and we come back to you on Friday on that one. Okay, if you agree. because I understand the meaning. I just want to measure the consequences.
Yeah, absolutely. Do the reflection, Christelle, within workstream two. I suppose what the question comes to my mind is a practitioner of what? And that is a fundamental question. I can be a practitioner in the art of cooking or something, but I don't know. So we need a qualifier to make it more precise, because otherwise, because sustainability is so broad, and we just talk about, we had quite a detailed discussion about the issue of culture. Is it a practitioner in the art of cultural things? Could be anything.
Thank you, Ken. Hector, please.
Just briefly, if the problem is removing assurance, then the alternative is moving reporting to sustainability assurance and reporting practitioner. Or reporting practitioner. So if leaving it orphan, it's a problem, then we can have both.
Okay.
Thank you, Hector. Andy.
We just defined, I'm thinking that we just defined sustainable information as the topic matter. So would it be sustainability information practitioner? Because that incorporates reporting and assurance within information. So anyway, try that on.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, but sometimes it's this way that the good ideas come to the table. Sadia, please.
So you've heard a lot of support. I just wanted to express my concern that sustainability assurance practitioner is a defined term. If you introduce a different term that isn't defined, it causes confusion, not just for understandability, but for enforceability down the line. Who is this individual? What do we mean? And I would caution, I really like the sentiments. I do think it has a place in the guidance to how you would apply the code if you're adopting it and you aren't a professional accountant and you're doing reporting. But putting it in the glossary, I'm concerned.
Thank you, Sadia. Chana.
How about we we say sustainability practitioner, that's the definition. At the bottom, you put explanation, which explains that it covers sustainability reporting and assurance, as per and link in the definition as Andy suggested.
Okay, we note all this and we will come back.
Okay, the task force has already considerable number of suggestions to consider and analyze.
Thank you.
I think we can move forward.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
So the next steps is to go through the tiny little documents we shared with the board. And we, to manage our time with our priorities, we will start with part 5 and not with the first part of the code, if you don't mind.
Which agenda item?
4C.
4C, starting with this.
Yes. Laura, you take the mic when you're ready.
Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry. So it's the idea is to just do a quickly page turning on the part 5, the ethics for sustainability assurance, and we would follow the same method that workstream 1 used yesterday, just going section by section and asking the board whether there are any comments in those sections, and also taking into consideration that some of the paragraphs in certain sections have already been discussed yesterday. So, but if there are additional comments in those paragraphs or others, so maybe we could start with equivalent part, equivalent section 100 in part 5, which is the complying with this part of the code. where we have the scope of the standards and the new paragraph regarding the expertise and the training of the SAPs, and the encouragement to SAPs who are not professional accountants to use the rest of the code for whatever activity that is not covered by Part 5. If we don't have any comments on equivalence section 100, then I would go to section 110, which is the fundamental principles. Principle of integrity, objectivity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality, professional behavior.
So it's actually this one here, the one about bringing what we usually say, the profession into disrepute. I was wondering if there have been any offline comments or any further consideration by the working group on this here, because we do use the word profession is still in the code. So we just had professional activities, professional judgment. And I wondered whether there's a word that we might want to think about: professional assurance, sustainability assurance professional, because we have to kind of see that there is some camaraderie between anyone using the code. Profession usually refers to professional accountants, but maybe there's a new type of profession because we all ascribing to the same code.
Thank you. We discussed this in June as well. What we feel like is that there might not be a profession. There might not be a sustainability assurance profession. Some practitioners might not even belong to a professional in the traditional sense of the term. And that's why, and because we are now developing standards for a service, not really a profession. So that's why we try to stay away from those kind of concepts.
Thank you, Laura. Sadia, I feel that you not completely.
And I just want to mention that we do use the word professional judgment and professional skills. So we do say that they do have some type of professional characteristics. I'm just saying that if you had something similar to a profession, maybe not the word profession, but to capture that if you're ascribing to the code, this is who we're speaking about. But as long as it's considered and why it wasn't taken on would be something that will help with the consultation.
Yeah, I think we should go back because we discussed that at the board in June and saying that there was the question of we address a service and not a profession, and then in fact in this section we were trying to address the discredit, disrepute, and we felt that in fact the public trust in sustainability assurance was quite strong concept to put to a conduct that might affect public trust in sustainability assurance was quite strong and powerful, and more potentially than a profession which is not defined, has no representing bodies, has no coordination for training activities, control activities, or whatever. And maybe it won't happen We don't know, but for the moment it's the case. And so that to be clear that a misconduct would have an impact on the trust that the public is putting on sustainability assurance. This was we captured the objective, if I can say it this way, without having the burden of a potential profession where people don't feel concerned, they're not part of a profession. And we also spoke about the discredit or disrepute of the individual, but this was under what we felt as the main public interest, which is the trust in sustainability assurance.
Definitely not an easy topic to address. Mark, please.
Thank you. I was like, I sort of share the sentiment of where Saadi is trying to go, but I think the difficulty, if you look at it from an enforcement perspective, is that professional accountants and auditors are a regulated profession, but we don't have a regulated profession for sustainability. All we have are providers of services. So I think if the code is to be used, quite rightly as an enforcement tool, potentially, it has to be accurate in describing what you have, because if we describe a regulated profession that doesn't exist, it sort of undermines the code as an enforcement tool. So it may be at some point in the future, there is a regulated profession and we can do that, but that point is some way off, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mark, for that additional point. Andy, please.
Yeah, it's a little bit follow up with my definitional aspect that I have, and I was down for how it was edited from, say, a grammatical or structural standpoint, but I got a little concerned with the responses about the not belonging to a profession as such, the practitioners, because the definition says it requires professional activity. So without it being an actual regulated profession, which I think for those purposes of the public is inconsequential. Forgive me for the regulators, but I think just speaking as from a substantive viewpoint, someone who deploys professional activities is acting like a professional, whether they're regulated or such as otherwise. So I was more concerned with the response about the folks practicing this not being professionals, and now I maybe appreciate with Mark's comments that what is perhaps being clarified is not being regulated professionals, and I'm okay with that but I want to make sure that the folks who are doing the work, the people who are doing the work, have professional skills, have professional competence, and from that perspective are in fact professionals. And I could see the awkwardness of bringing disrepute to a amorphous profession as opposed to our defined profession. But I just hope that when we craft documents and responses that we refer to all the practitioners as professional skills, acting in a professional manner, deploying in professional activities. So that was a long way of me saying I'm okay with how it's been edited, but not for the reasons that was just expressed by the task force. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Luigi, please.
Thank you. I'm fine with the text. I think that we need to separate the concept of acting in a professional way. So using the term professional, that brings together everything we said, experience and so on, from the term profession, that it is has another type of meaning, involving regulations, involving let's say governance on this matter, involving memberships and so on. So the extant code is adequate in using this word profession, because we are speaking about PA. When we go to the new word, profession is no longer a defined term, and even there are no correspondence in the reality. There could be professions or
or even that could not be, it depends. So while I tend to keep the adjective professional linked to everything we already know, judgment and activity and whatever we would like to attach it, I would try to avoid the concept of profession, because this brings a lot of issues, even at local implementation.
Thank you, Luigi. Okay. Okay. So I think, all right.
We could go to equivalent section 120, the conceptual framework. What we've done here is to delete the references to other parts of the code that are not applicable and the applicability paragraph. We basically kept the references to the inquiring mind and the professional judgment. Identification of threats and the evaluation of threats.
Yes.
No, that's all right. That's what my parents normally say to me. Just a quick point, just to let the board knows that the rationale of workstream 2 when it comes to making revisions to part 1 of the code into the equivalent in part 5 is that the rationale is part 1 of the code essentially is the foundational building block of the code. This is where all the fundamental principles are, the conceptual framework. So really just try to cap the changes to minimal, because we don't see that there is any need for sort of specific changes that need to cater for sustainability assurance or the work provided by sustainability assurance practitioners. So that's why I don't see a lot of changes in this stand, and hopefully the board will agree with that rationale as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. If the board feels that you need a little bit more time, just let us know. It's okay.
Okay, then we finished the equivalent part 1 and we go into those sections from part 2 that we discussed yesterday on the 230. I think the board agreed not to include this section. We've been through this yesterday. And in 270, the board had agreed in June to include this section. We presented yesterday the examples that we added in this paragraph here, or changed to fit with sustainability assurance. If there are any comments on these examples or the other parts of 270. It's essentially the extant section, and the changes that we made were mostly at the examples. Okay, and then we go into equivalent part 3 and equivalent section 300 on applying the conceptual framework. again, here, this is just deleting the applicability paragraph. We received an advanced comment in August suggesting that we could maybe merge this section with section 120. The reason that workstream 2 decided not to do that is because this is the current structure of the code, and when we decided to for full equivalence between what is in the code and what should be in part 5, there is a limitation in terms of, especially in terms of the requirements, that we should not delete requirements, because that can create problems at the level of interpretation of the standards. And so there's that limitation. In section 300, we also have.
Sorry, Laura.
Sorry.
Luigi, please.
300.5A2.
Sorry, 300.5.
0.5A2. This is probably, I don't know whether it is a matter of coordination of something to write, because at that point we deleted the requirement, we deleted A1. So this A2 seems to be a bit out of context, basically. So
okay.
It is not linked to anything.
Okay.
I wonder whether there is something to do here.
There is no 0.5 because it's the applicability paragraph that we do not use in part 5. And
no, I know, but this statement seems to be
floating as a result.
A bit to be coordinated with something.
Floating.
But you disagree that we should include this paragraph? Or
No, it is. I don't know. It is not linked to something.
Yeah.
It's that without the A1, it seems a little bit out of context.
But there was also a decision, or at least a proposal from the task force when we discussed the common issues, to keep the numbering the same with the intentionally left blank. I understand the issue. I don't know, just
it is a matter to find the right way to put in a context, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, the numbering shouldn't be an issue. It's more what to hang this on is the issue. So as long as we can articulate, maybe it's a principle that speaks to this guidance, let's put it in, and then we can come up with the paragraph numbering. Maybe it's a suffix with an A after it. But let's try to find something to hang this on.
Maybe keeping just the beginning of the R 300.5.
I just we can discuss that.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, then we in section 300 we made some changes in terms of the examples. On the identification of threats and the several kinds of threats that we have. We discussed a couple of them yesterday and others also in June. This was a section where we had a lot of input from the sustainability reference group, testing our examples and them providing additional examples. So I wouldn't go through each and every example, but if anyone has any additional comments.
Okay. As far as B, second and third bullet, I recall the comment made yesterday. I don't think there is a need to repeat them. As far as the third bullet, I wonder whether there is a need to clarify the matter, because at the end, I guess that we are speaking about something where the outcome of such services is subject to procedure in the sustainability assurance engagement, but it is not written in a very clear way. So I wonder whether it is possible to add something in order to make it very clear.
I don't know if there are any more comments on these examples of the threats. Then we have the paragraphs on the evaluation of threats. We essentially just also kept it the same. There is this new paragraph related to the value chain, which we also discussed yesterday.
Okay, Luigi.
On this paragraph, I'm not really against this wording, but I do not understand the reason why the geographical location is something that we need to take into consideration in terms of threat, because it is the current situation, even for financial statement audit. So I don't think this would increase, frankly, the complexity.
Yeah, the geographical spread within an organization, you get used to it. Yeah, yeah. The geographical spread in an external organization, that, by the way, can change. Suppliers, they change over time, over the year, etc. We felt it would add some complexity in trying to analyze the risk embedded, the potential threats embedded.
Can I just add too, sorry, just as well, with the development of frameworks and I guess the development across different jurisdictions and all that, so that creates a level of, I guess, understanding how sophisticated a particular jurisdiction is and where they are at the moving into the frameworks and that sort of thing would potentially create complexities.
No, and I agree with that. My point is that it is not, at least to me, was not immediately clear at this point. So I wonder whether there is a need in the basis for conclusion or something like, or explanatory memorandum to explain why this is so important to be highlighted.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chana. Sorry, Mark.
I think just on Luigi's point, and it is something that Workstream 1 will come back to the board on Friday. The issue is not the fact that it's geographically dispersed. It's the fact that different parts of the world are using different reporting frameworks that define the value chain differently. So I would suggest that perhaps the Workstream can overcome it by deleting the geographical dispersion reference and focusing instead on the fact that different jurisdictions are preparing in accordance with different reporting frameworks that in turn define the value chain differently. And that's what makes it complicated.
Okay.
Okay, Mark, thank you for the good suggestion. Hector.
Just a word of maybe caution. We might want to say multicultural differences as well, but I know that could be problematic. But geographic diversity, it's good in the sense that brings some of that flavor in. Yeah. For example, when you're conducting due diligence of third parties, in some jurisdictions that don't use the same alphabet you need to do the research phonetically, and you have to do Google research in all or check databases on all the ways you could write down that same name with different letters and different alphabets. So there is an element that comes from the spread of the supply chain that it's beyond the using of different reporting frameworks. I think it's the complexity of the world we're living.
But we can have that included in the basis.
Okay, so maybe if we could move on. Still in section 300. We have the section on addressing threats. Again, not a lot of changes here. The communication with those charged with governance. Here we have, on the examples of subgroups of those charged with governance, we have added a reference to committees that are tasked with oversight of sustainability information. This wording was also tested with the SRG. So I don't know if there are any comments on this section
I
300.
don't know, Hector, do you want still? Okay.
Okay, so if we move on to equivalent 310, conflicts of interest. Here, most of the changes are also in the examples of circumstances that might create conflicts of interest, adapting these situations to fit into sustainability assurance. These were also tested. All of the examples were tested with the SRG. Not much changes other than that in this section. Okay, if there are no comments on this section, we can go to professional appointments. This one was also, we have a factor here on evaluating the level of threats also related to the value chain, as mentioned yesterday. This is also not many changes from the accent section other than replacing references to professional accountants to sustainability assurance. We have certain provisions here that in the accent apply to audit or review appointments, and because of the equivalence, we are restricting them to sustainability assurance that meets the scope of the independence standards. Yeah, and we will have probably here some changes from the experts task force. And then going to second opinions, this was also discussed yesterday, so we'll move on to section equivalent 325 on engagement quality reviewers and other reviewers. Again, this was also not majorly changed from the accent. It's a very short section. If there are no questions or comments on section 330, we have the fees and other types of remuneration. Sorry,
Luigi.
330.4A1. Why we added the matter relating to sustainability assurance engagement. This is a matter of independence already dealt by the relating section, so I don't think should be included here.
So this is, again, with that pedagogic intent, especially considering that this is going to be used by people who are not professional accountants, who are not familiar with the code, who might not be totally aware of when they are reading 300 that there's a provision later on the prohibition of contingent fees.
But they should apply.
Yes, and they
the
will.
Other part.
Yes.
So, let's say, I don't know, let's say, I'm not convinced that repeating things, repeating the same concept many times is really useful.
We thought it could be helpful, considering this will be applied by people who are not familiar with the code. We also tested this with the SRG and they said it could be helpful, but we know your point.
It is not wrong, but
Yeah.
it is repeating a section, something in another section. I would prefer them to also understand and know the other section.
Yeah, of course, they will need to, but this chapter is coming before the others. Yeah, it appears strange to say there might be a threat when you don't say that it's forbidden for these services. So it was more pedagogic. I understand what you say, and it is expanded then in the work stream one's work, but Yeah, it was felt as a, okay, contingent fees are used for certain types of services and might create threats. And
I'm not saying that it is wrong.
okay, yeah,
I'm
I
saying that
understand.
we are repeating twice.
Yeah, and
Same concept.
it's in terms of
While
drafting
in the other section
principles.
is
Yeah.
more coordinated and more explained. Let's say.
Mhm,
I
yes,
would prefer
right.
everyone dealing with this matter to read even the other section.
Mhm.
So mine is a structural problem. It's that it creates a prohibition in there, but we have it as an application material paragraph.
Mhm. Oh,
Sorry. No, sorry, I was going to raise the same comment. Yeah, Sadia is right. The word cannot be, it is a prohibition which doesn't fit into an application material paragraph.
Could we somehow make a reference, cross-reference to the
maybe
section where the
this would,
prohibition is included? I think it
yes.
would be the way to solve it. We would ensure that there is something here
Yes.
that a heads up for mostly for non-professional accountants. But yeah.
I would like to support this, that if we think for educational reasons, as you're saying, we perhaps can work with cross-references and not with repeating. So by making it clear, but not enlarging the words and the content.
On that point, we do have a cross-reference here on this paragraph here, 330.4A4. And maybe that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on the referral fees and or commissions. Maybe this is the part that we changed more in this section, even though it's not a substantial change. We changed how these examples are worded, these two examples. Essentially because when we were gathering input from the sustainability reference group and asking them, are these examples fit for purpose? Should we add anything else here? They essentially gave us more examples that said the same as these two bullets, but in other words. And so this kind of showed us that maybe they were not understanding or interpreting clearly what was written there. And for the purposes of part 5, we felt it's more useful to change how it is worded, even though it's saying the same thing. Also, sorry, just to be clear, it's saying the same thing, even though we are enlarging a little bit of the scope here in these two examples, because the extent only refers to referrals between professional accountants, and in this example we are mentioning third parties. So it enlarges a little bit the example, but we felt that's not a problem here. If there are no comments, sorry.
Yes, I do.
On that second bullet, we seem to have lost the reference to expert there.
To
expert.
To the expert.
And bearing in mind that our expert project says that we see a lot of experts being used in sustainability assurance engagements. Any reporting, we might want to bring that word back in.
Well, it's a third party, right? So it's
third party including expert.
Okay.
I think it was necessary maybe to add the notion of expert when you were close to another professional accountant or expert. If we put third party, we embed everybody, including the expert. So unless the expert task force was elaborating on that one, maybe we can stick with that enlarged concept.
Okay, maybe we move on. This is also a very short section, and if there are no other comments on 330, then we could go to equivalent 340 on inducements. Not many changes here as well. Other than the examples.
Please.
Thank you. 11A3, self-interest rate, the first bullet. I think that there is something here that it is not working. Because the previous example was a PA receiving hospitality from a potential acquirer while working for the client. And so this is reasonable. Here we are saying that the sustainability assurance practitioner receives hospitality from a potential acquirer while delivering advisory services to the acquirer. So what is the difference between hospitalities and fees gained? Is the same. So I think that in order for this example to work, the services should be directed to the client, so to the sustainability assurance client, because in this way we have a conflict of interest.
Your analysis is that in our examples there is no conflict of interest.
Forget a moment the concept of advisory services. Here we have professionals working for a professional account, for a potential acquirer. And the potential acquirer also provide hospitality. It is not a matter of having a conflict of interest due to the hospitality. It may be a conflict, there could be a conflict of interest linked to the advisory services, but not to the hospitality. But if we are pointing to the hospitality, this should be changed a bit.
Okay, we can look into it, but we are following the same structure of the excellent example.
No, because in the excellent example, there were no advisory services to the potential acquirer. This is the new item you introduced. So in the extant code, we had a client that received services and another party that provide inducement. And this is an issue.
The client is the subject of the service, not the client.
So here,
I mean, the client is a client for other reasons.
In this example, probably the main issue is advisory services and the target is a sustainability assurance client. While the hospitality is not per se an issue, it's part of the global fee for advisory services.
Okay, I think that this might be a problem of the wording of the example.
This is just a matter of making it in an orderly fashion.
Okay.
Other comments? No. Okay.
Okay. So if no other comments on the section on inducements, the equivalent 350, we also discussed it yesterday and we will include later. It's a very short section as well, and we don't anticipate any major changes other than replacing the professional accountant with sustainability assurance practitioner. And also something that we had included in workstream 2 proposal regarding including this section was to also include an application material or a paragraph pointing out to the prohibition of assuming management responsibilities in the independent standards. I'm just unsure if in light of the previous comment regarding the fees, if but maybe we can discuss that later when we have the draft. And finally, on the equivalence 360, responding to non-compliance with laws and regulations, we have gone through already yesterday a lot of the changes made here. in terms of the communications, there are some other, we have also had discussed this in June, that we added other examples of laws and regulations that are relevant for sustainability. We also gone through this yesterday, where we've mentioned that non-compliance in the value chain is not relevant for the purposes of this section. However, it might be useful to deal with that, for the practitioner to deal with it. So not a lot of changes here other than the new communication requirement that we discussed yesterday, and the factors, and the fact that we are not retaining this factor, which we also discussed yesterday. And then on the second subsection, applicable to the other sustainability assurance engagements and other services, not a lot of changes here. And we're just mirroring the same requirements in terms of communication that are in accent. So unless there are any comments on 360, it's over.
So it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, are we going to do a page turn of the glossary as well?
We are not including that for time limitations.
Okay, so there's just one definition I want to touch on, and that was the definition of existing accountant and the equivalent of existing sustainability assurance provider. And the differences between the two are stark, because one is presuming that you would be the existing accountant. You'll be holding the office of audit appointment. And the next one is only if you're performing the service. And it does cause a consideration of timing issue when you're looking at the words when existing accountant is used. So it's not a, it's the use of this definition when it refers to those sections in the code. It's in 330 and it's also in 360. Okay.
Did you catch? I'm sorry, Sadia. I think I didn't catch what you.
So when you look at these definitions side by side, the differences between existing accountant and existing practitioner are stark, because the one says currently holding an audit appointment, which means that you would be, there isn't an end of that provision because you are the appointed auditor. When it comes to existing practitioner, it says only when you're performing the service. So if you have signed off on that service, are you no longer the existing practitioner? And then I'm kind of trying to tie that into the implications for NOCLA and the implications for communication and those type of things.
Mark, please.
I think that's it's another of these growing pains things, isn't it? Because like obviously where you've got an existing accountant or indeed an existing auditor, there are often legal provisions about the nature of the appointment and when it begins and when it ends. And we don't yet have any of that architecture. So I sort of share the concern, but I don't really know how we could make it better at this point. It may be possible to make it better at some point in the future, but until you have something that defines the sustainability practitioner's role more formally, it's a bit hard.
Thank you, Mark. Laurie, please.
Yeah, just to build on it, and Andy's previous point about, do we consider saying currently holding a sustainability appointment? I mean, does it future proof the code? Because I guess right now we don't have being kind of through the whole 3-year term to do that, but
Sorry. But I guess the question is whether we build the language to be consistent and broad enough to encompass, because listen, to the extent that this the same sustainability assurance provision of work becomes standardized, there are going to be appointments, and people aren't going to want to appoint those people every year. They're going to be 3-year contracts or however that goes. And do we just anticipate that? Does it hurt us to use the language that looks like currently holding an appointment? It provides for it, but it doesn't, if it's not happening, then it doesn't matter, does it?
I think you could say currently holding a mandate to provide
Or a mandate or
because
something like
not a
that.
sort of formal
Mhm.
appointment.
Exactly, currently holding a mandate, because it sort of provides for the idea that I would anticipate that will start to happen. Sadia, does that sort of encompass your point? Because I had seen that too. I hadn't actually focused until you raised it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. Chana.
So I'm okay for there to be a difference, because if you look at the current code, existing accountant is used in very specific points and only in very couple of times, right? And it is specific to that audit engagement of changing appointments. So if you do a search of the code, existing accountant is used in a very specific context. So I'm happy for there to be a difference between the current one referring to audit and this one being more general.
Okay. But you are not upset about the proposition, which is dealing with the same concept, but enlarging a little bit with the notion of mandate and overtime,
the comments that
etc.
Laurie and
Yeah.
Mark-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chana. Sadia.
So the control F, existing accountant comes up twice, but existing or predecessor accountant comes up 25 times.
Okay. Point made.
Okay. Thank you for doing the homework, Sadia.
Okay, so we will go now to very briefly to parts 1 and 3 of the accent code. Sorry, to share. I need to stop sharing. Yeah, you can go. Or you. Okay.
It's the 4B.
Yeah, it's 4B.
Yeah, it's 4B. Sorry, agenda on 4B.
Can we make it in a quarter?
So we actually went through the vast majority of the changes, especially the substantive ones yesterday. So, but we'll do the same thing. We'll move our way through and obviously stop if there are any questions that you wanted to ask. As we mentioned yesterday, with part 1, including all sections of part 1, there were very, very minimal changes so as to maintain as Jeff mentioned before, the fundamental, that building block. So there's just very minor changes, like reference to non-financial, some conforming amendments around part 5. So that was all in section 100. We didn't propose any changes at all under the fundamental principles. So 111 through to 115. And conceptual framework, again, just some conforming amendments, and we did talk about a proposed change that we considered, but we didn't end up making that. So if there's any comments on that, we'll move to part 2. So under section 200, the main changes there were around examples. Although most of those we did discuss yesterday, there were a couple where we made some minor amendments to existing examples just to incorporate sustainability aspects. And there was a new one at under 200.6A1, but it was just more specific around sustainability measures, metrics, etc., and around how that could be create a threat around intimidation. But other than that, very minimal changes to section 200. So everyone okay to move on? Yep. 210, there was just one minor amendment to an existing example around to incorporate non-financial. Section 220 is what we went through in a lot of detail yesterday. And sorry, Ken. Yep.
Ken has something.
Yeah, maybe if you can go to, I mean, as you're scrolling through section 220, not 210, but 220, and you come to paragraph, let's see, it's 220.4A1. So if you just scroll back, scroll down a little bit, yes, so it's 220.4A1, which speaks about misleading others. So I suppose I have two comments in relation to this paragraph. And before I sort of share my comments, maybe I just give you a bit of context as to why I'm raising those comments. Recently, the regulators have been really sort of waking up to the issue of mis-selling of ESG funds. Now, this is nothing new. We know that's always been, the big issue insofar as ethics is concerned, this issue of greenwashing and so forth. So if I were to pick a couple of some of the recent enforcement actions, one headline I'm reading here is Goldman Sachs to pay $4 million to settle investigation over ESG funds. And what was at issue here, and that was an SEC investigation. The SEC said the misconduct was related to the Goldman Sachs International Equity ESG Fund, the ESG Emerging Markets Equity Fund, and a few other ESG funds that Goldman Sachs offered to clients whose money it managed. And Goldman's compliance policy said that investment analysts would use a questionnaire to screen investments before adding them to the funds, but the forms weren't always completed before their stocks were added. So essentially, it's something that they said they would do, but they didn't do. If I were to pick up another example, and this case is in Australia, and again, this is a case of the regulatory community starting to wake up to the issue of unethical behavior. If I were to read the headline, it says, Australian watchdog sues super fund for greenwashing over misleading exclusion claims. And what was at issue here was that the fund, the Active Super, allegedly stated on its website that it had eliminated investments that were too great a risk to the environment and community, including tobacco manufacturing or tar sands and gambling. And furthermore, the regulator also alleged that following the start of the war in Ukraine, Active Super said it would stop investments in Russian companies from May 2022, but still had holdings in Russian securities as of 30th of June this year. And therefore, this is a lawsuit in Australia. And if I were to take those cases, essentially, to my mind, this is where the rubber is hitting the road, if insofar as applying our code is concerned. And I look at paragraph 220.4A1, and I read how a company might mislead others, and I see some of the mechanisms or some of the ways they would use, and it says omitting relevant information, inappropriately applying or reporting metrics, or placing excessive emphasis on certain information while misunderstanding others. First of all, this seems to be like a complete list as to how companies might mislead. And second, if I were to take those cases where essentially you have investment companies that are saying they're doing something, or their products are doing something, but actually they're not.
Hmm.
And I'm trying to see where this is in this guidance here, and I'm not seeing it.
Okay, so
Otherwise-
yeah, so that is an example. Are you saying potentially to add another example more specific to that?
Well, that's what it is, right? I mean, I'm not sure these cases are about omitting relevant information or, inappropriately applying metrics.
Yeah.
Right. So we need to come up with an articulation of that type of that type of action to mislead others, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. But I agree that the worst impact is on the action or omitting an action. But we are dealing with the information and the assurance on information. So their information is because they didn't say that their principle could not be applied, for example. For Russian securities, I don't know if there were reasons that they couldn't get rid of some of them, or they should have said that despite our policy, we did not go out for this reason, for example. So there is an omission of information that they couldn't or they wouldn't apply their policy or their contractual terms. But if we go to the misleading others, which is not linked to the information, I feel a little bit upset because we go then on the information on breach from laws and regulations, no? On the information that a company should have on breach of regulation. If it's breach of policies or contracts, etc., then it ends up with a problem of information. How would you address
it's kind of hard to divorce the disclosure of the information from the action that leads to that information, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
And that's what we're trying to explain in terms of how you end up with information that's misleading, because we're precisely describing some of the actions that lead to the disclosure of the misleading information.
Would you add, for example, its sustainability goals or commitments, or
well,
it's about
I think the concept is about referring to I say something, but I don't do it. If you see what I mean.
Yeah. Not walking the talk.
It's walking the talk.
I think that
we'll see. Yeah,
this is a little bit the problem that has always been there in the financial sector, which is the problem of mis-selling. And what exactly is mis-selling? It's still far to be defined, but what seems clear is that any action or any circumstance or any factor that may be relevant for the, in this case, investor, but the user decision should be in the information. Of course, within the remit of what we are speaking about, in this case is sustainability, but if there is an action like Ken has mentioned, in this case is which existence or impacts may impact the investor objective, financial objective, or sustainability objective, etc., should be somehow revealed to the investor. Then where does it end? It's also always an open question, but it's clearly the direction. I'm sorry, Rania, I hadn't seen your badge. Please.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go to the to section 220.4 A3 and the discussion of placing undue reliance.
Why?
So
You don't have it in there now.
So I realize that the code obviously discusses the concept of due care. However, I'm wondering, and this is my question to the task force and to the board, if perhaps within the context of sustainability reporting, perhaps the concept of due care and due reliance should be somehow, expanded a bit. And the reason I'm saying this is, mean, something similar, but not exactly to what Ken has been, the example that Ken gave, is that I'm reading from a recent report by the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. It's a joint report by them and Grant Thornton. It discusses the risk of ESG related risks. And it talks about ESG fraud, external fraud, when a company itself is being defrauded. And it has led to misrepresented. The example it gives very specifically pertains to carbon emission credits. And so the company is misled into misreporting its carbon position. And as a result of that, although the company has been defrauded, but it finds itself being subject to regulatory, fines and penalties and reputational issues as well. So in my opinion, if this is the case, I mean, the company obviously was not, for example, excused for having been defrauded. It was held responsible. So I'm wondering if this is the case, then perhaps the world expects the company today to do a bit more due diligence than otherwise, or than our understanding, I think, of due care and due diligence. And I think instances such as these should be, acknowledged and by our code, and our code should put an effort to sort of preempt such situations. Because otherwise, for example, the company might say, yeah, but we acted in accordance with the code. We just, we took the information, we were given, let's say, certain documentation. But my question is, should we express a need to go a bit further than what was the case when it was just, without the ESG situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Rich.
Such situations, that looks well alike the difficulties that already the PAs are facing, for example, on new technologies, on blockchains, informations, or whatever, on crypto. So those new elements with difficulties to track the reality of the operations, etc. So, and it's a bit specific to add a threat type, if I may say so. So in the technology group, we address the question of complex situation, complexity, and how professionals should act facing such situations. I wonder if it should not also address the question of the type of documentation, of assessment of reality, etc.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think we discussed a fair bit of this yesterday around when we were talking about that example on undue reliance, and that it's kind of encapsulated in a number of different parts of the code around due care and inquiring mind and various other aspects. Yeah, and it's a very difficult thing to. It's used throughout the code. And it's not,
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that the concept of undue reliance and due care is in the code very well, and I recognize that we should not be prescriptive in our code as well. But I'm wondering whether we should give, now that we are adjusting the code for sustainability reporting very specifically, if we should give an indication to the market, to sustainability information preparers, that in today's context, the notion of due care and due reliance has to be taken a bit further. I'm not saying let's prescribe what kind of documentation, because I understand that you cannot go into each and every, because obviously now with the issue of a value chain entities, you're dealing with so many different providers of information. But for example, this is a situation where that bears on, you know, the company's carbon position. And so it is important, and perhaps they should have done a bit more homework. I'm not saying how much more. I don't have the answer, obviously, to that. But what I'm saying is that we should give it, I think, now that we are adjusting the code for sustainability reporting, we should give an indication that today due care is, in the context of sustainability reporting, takes a slightly different, more rigorous meaning. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with your point, but maybe it is something that's outside the code that could be dealt with through Q&As or something, because I think the underlying principles are there and robust and all that sort of thing, but maybe it's something that could be addressed.
Yeah, I was going to suggest maybe if Workstream 2 could take that back and sort of reflect on it and see what sort of responses we might be able to do.
Okay.
So, Ken, maybe I didn't understand your original comment on this paragraph, because this struck me as being consistent with your comment yesterday on phrase green hushing, I think it was. But the code, this is the extant code. It applies to professional accountants. It does not, unfortunately, apply to corporations. We have no authority over them. And I do reject the concept that the due diligence and due care is greater on sustainability than it is on the auditing of the preparation and auditing the financial statements. They're equally important, right? So I'm not sure what it is we're going to achieve. I'm not really following what it is people think we should change 224A1 to say. And this is just an example. I personally would have left out both of these examples, but the reference group seems to like them. So I'm not sure we're adding to the value of the extant code here. And so maybe we need a little more input on exactly, we can take it back and look at it, but I'm not seeing, you know, this was a example. It's not all inclusive. None of our examples are all inclusive. I respect that there are circumstances that have come up in the marketplace that we may not have as an example, but I don't know that we're ever going to get all those examples in here. So that's part of my concern, is that the code is principles based. We filter it with examples. And so maybe the suggestion to look at this in terms of non-authoritative material or other information is the way to go.
Yeah, it's not the, and maybe I can clarify, Rich. The example is about intentionally giving a false impression about how an organization or an investment is aligned. That is the example. My comment is about how we're explaining how you end up with a situation where you have misleading information or the company misleading others. And we have essentially said very comprehensively that you have 3 ways to do that. Number 1, you omit relevant information. Number 2, you inappropriately apply or report metrics. And number 3, you place excessive emphasis. And what I'm saying is, well, guess what? There's another way. You can end up misleading others. And that's essentially telling a lie. Okay. So how do you capture this? That is my point.
I got that now. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And maybe while I'm on this, if you could go to paragraph 220.3A2, and maybe that's a broader comment that applies to the entirety of section 220. We're now dealing with the field of sustainability reporting, and it is much broader than just financial reporting. So if I were to read the sentence that begins after the bullets, and it says, this information might be assist stakeholders in understanding and evaluating aspects of the employing organization's state of affairs and in making decisions concerning the organization. I don't read in this that it's saying anything about the organization's products or services. Now, you might well have accountants who are well involved in putting information about the products, and indeed, in those 2 cases I've just cited, it's about investment products, but we're not saying anything. And maybe that's a bit of the historical baggage we have with section 220, which was focused on financial information or financial reporting. And now we're moving into the field of sustainability reporting, which, as I say, is much broader. And maybe what we need to do is do a sort of a stand back and look at this section and making sure that it is really broad enough to cover any types of sustainability information that's disclosed, not just corporate sustainability disclosures.
Thank you for the clarification, Ken. Mark, please.
So I think in respect to this, I'm sort of probably also in the camp of saying there is no different benchmark for sustainability because it's about public trust in information. It's just different information, but it's important that we have the same level of public trust, and it might require a slightly different approach to get there. I did think from the discussion, the one thing about that paragraph 224A3 is it does almost sort of emphasize the importance of applying appropriate professional skepticism when considering that. And if we are tailoring this particularly for the non-PAs who might operate in this space, whether there is scope in that paragraph to put in some sort of prompt about the importance of professional skepticism, because things can be rendered misleading through things that perhaps on the first look might be all right, but actually might have further to go. And I think that might sort of, almost be the same as that sort of stand back challenge that you say, Ken. So I don't know whether that's a way of sort of crossing that off.
Thank you, Mark. Any other comments? So, to you.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. The examples on use of discretion, we went through all of those yesterday. So unless there's any other comments on those. And then there was some amendments to incorporate the sustainability assurance practitioner in 20.9A2, which we talked about yesterday as well. And there was just some refinements to the documentation paragraph based on some of the other amendments earlier. Was there any other comments on section 220? No, it doesn't look like it. Section 230 we discussed yesterday that we didn't propose any changes. 240 was just to incorporate non-financial information in terms of incentives and compensation financial interests, and also broadening bonuses to incentives as well, which we touched on yesterday in section 240. Again, 250 we discussed that we didn't propose any changes. 260 we went through the proposed changes on the screen yesterday. So unless there's any other comments on 260. Okay. We can move on to 270. Again, I think we touched on majority of the examples, though there were some minor tweaks to some existing examples to broaden those for sustainability. Okay, we'll move on to part 3 if everyone's okay. Yep. So section 300, just some conforming amendments around part 5, and the mainly substantive changes were in 300.6A1. There's a couple of examples that were added, but they were similar to the ones that were added to part 5 as well, which we've already been through. So any comments on section 300? Yes, Tom. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to clarify 2 questions. The one thing is a little bit related to the Richard's point is that we talked discussed a little about the due care of the meaning. You said that a little bit an expansion is necessary. Does it apply to the PAPP as well? I mean, that's in this 300, it says that this section is for the giving the sustainability reporting supported by PAPP. So I think that it might resonate with your point that once we a little bit expand the due care, the meaning of due care, it's come back to the section 300. Is that the mechanism you have in this court? So the first question. The second question is that is it limited to the sustainability reporting advisory or supporting by PAPP, or is that extend to the other, for example, the professional services like for example, the fund assurance services? Because Ken's case is very interesting about the Goldman, and it's once you touch upon the meaning of due care, it's not limited to the company or the PAIB pays. It will come back to the PAPP, including for example, the fund assurance service. So is that I would like to clarify, is that the mechanism of this code, or is it separate? I mean, it's not the extension of the meaning of due diligence will not come back to the 300. Or, yeah, 2 points I would like to clarify.
Yeah, so if I hear your question right, so there's applicability paragraphs within the code. So if you're a professional accountant in public practice, part 2 also applies to you in terms of your relationship with the firm and your relationship with clients. So it does revert you back to part 2 and the requirements within part 2 in terms of they do apply to you as well as a professional accountant in public practice.
You mean come back to the part 3?
Sorry?
No.
No.
If you are in part 3, some applicability paragraph takes you back to part 2.
It means that the meaning of the part 2, if the meaning of part 2 expand, that will apply to the
yes.
PAPP as well.
In the applicability paragraphs.
So
yes.
if you look at the screen, so R300.5, so if there are public performing professional activities pursuant to your relationship with the firm, then the provisions in part 2
at the same time that if you are giving the R307A 4A, it's a little bit later. 307.
Is it an applicability? No.
No. Sorry, I went a little bit too far, but the next section, the new one, yeah.
The new one, yeah.
Yeah. When performing a service reporting service, the professional accountant variation of the level of threat to compliance with might be impacted by the quantitative. Yeah, it's a sort of difference because the thing I thought is that when we talk about the section 300, that it covers. Can I kind of read these? Says workstream 2 proposes amendment to part 3 from the perspective of a professional accountant in public practice, performing sustainability reporting, preparing sustainability information. It means that the meaning, some of the spirits of the thinking or principle of the part 2 will be expanded or extended to part 3.
Yeah, a PAPP preparing should refer to part 2. Yeah.
Yes, in that case, if we mean that if we expand the meaning of the due care in a part 2, it will go up to it will apply to the PAPP as well.
When performing activities of preparation, that's what you mean, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would expect them.
But
in
not
the
to
public
the
practice,
other
but-
services like the case systems concerning the fund preparation, and then you have the PAPP service for example, the fund assurance. That is a totally different situation and not covered in this discussion. Is that the right answer?
Yeah, if I understood your question, Tom, insofar as the PAPP is concerned, who's performing, let's say, an assurance service on the investment product as to its sustainability, let's say, its sustainability credentials. That would be for the assurance standard, I would argue, to specify the procedures for the assurance provider, in this case, a professional accountant in public, maybe it's the assurance, the auditor, to do whatever assurance work is needed. And that will include all the due diligence, the professional skepticism, and the whole works, to be able to obtain the evidence and be able to issue the assurance report. So that would be covered by the assurance standard. I would argue. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sadia, please.
These things need more than one read sometimes, so I probably should have raised it yesterday. But when I looked at the amendments to the conceptual framework, it seems like we made amendments to identifying threats, evaluating threats, and I was wondering if the task force has given consideration to specifically addressing threats. So is there a safeguard for sustainability reporting that needs to be mentioned?
A safeguard.
So there's going to be no script on here, but it's the provisions that follow on from after evaluating threats, the example of safeguards. So that it seems like we made we made amendments for each one of the in the fundamental principle.
Okay, thank you. We will take this comment back for consideration. Any other comments?
No other comments on section 300. Okay, we'll move on to 310. There was one example added as a conflict of interest. No comments. We'll move to 320, just a minor amendment around financial, including sustainability reporting, and the same thing around evaluating threats around the qualitative and quantitative characteristics of the value chain, which was discussed in the part 5. Wanted to exactly the same provision there. Again, the experts task force, there's some other amendments in 320 that they will focus on. 321, 325, and 325 we discussed yesterday. There were no proposed amendments. 330, one very minor amendment in 330.4A2 to incorporate metrics, which was also incorporated into part 5. 340 and 350, again, we discussed yesterday, we don't propose any amendments to those. And then 360, we also went through all those provisions in detail yesterday. So unless there's any other comments from board members on proposed revisions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, to the task force for all this work. So on your side, Christelle.
Yes, we are at the end of our presentation today. So we will come back on some items, if possible, on Friday, and the rest of it we will digest in October during our next meeting, in-person meeting in London. So thank you to the board for their attention and recommendations.
Thank you to all of you, to the task force and the staff, first of all, and the board for the very substantive and precious comments. This is, of course, the result of what we see above the waterline, from an incredible work done, but also the result of the discussions over the last or yesterday on all these topics. So nothing of this was new, but anyway, as Sadia said, it also takes a second read to identify some possible issues and possible improvements. This is not all. It's always a very difficult task to read here the standards. Of course, this will not be the last opportunity for the board to provide comments. But anyway, I think it was a very good input for the task force to come back on Friday with some adjustments and adjusted proposals. Thank you very much for all this. And well, we will break now. We are late, 20 minutes late. So I would suggest that we come back at 11:35. So we will shorten the break a little bit so that we do not delay too much the next session on strategy and the work plan. But we need some coffee for the next session, some energy. So, welcome back after this break. The next topic in our agenda is to address the strategy, the IESBA strategy and work plan 24-27. My first words go to all those who worked very hardly over the last 20 months, I would say, in getting this ready for us to discuss today. Thank the planning committee for the wonderful contributions along the way, thanking the board for the very significant and strategic discussions over the last board meetings to allow us to get where we are now. We don't have much time. This is a very strategic document for this board. This is what will define as much as possible our direction and focus and the allocation of resources and priorities and etc. For the next cycle. I'd just like to remind you that since the very start of this discussion around the strategy and work plan, we agreed to remain flexible and to tell our stakeholders that we will be flexible and agile. Because I remember that in March 2022, we had that discussion at the board, and our perplexity was things are changing so rapidly. So many things are happening. This is far from today, and the end of the cycle will be far from today. What if something changes that will call for our attention? This is exactly where we are. This is I'd say, it's not a tentative. It's not. We are not trying to guess what we are going to do. Of course, we are sure that what is in this document are important things and priorities that we will have to address. But of course, we will not exclude from the start that something may raise our attention and require our attention over the cycle and force us to reprioritize and review our direction. Before I give the floor to Jeff and the team to present, I'd just like also to note that in the document that went out for consultation, there was no foreword from me. This was intentional, and it's a bit of a difference with the IESBA approach, but it was intentional because I thought that it was premature to put a forward in something for consultation, and also because I think that the forward is not something that should be consulted. It's the chair representing the board, of course, words about the strategy and work plan. I'm happy about that decision because when I think how things have evolved since then, I would say that I would probably have missed something in that forward that will now be very clearly as an important points of attention and discussion. So this will be done after we discuss the feedback that we got after the board discussion, after we know where we are landing as a board, and we can be more or less relatively sure about what this is going to be. And with this, thank you very much again, and I will ask for your best efforts to be attentive to what's being presented, and in the discussion to be as focused as possible, but also focusing on the most strategic issues. Thank you very much. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriella, and good morning, everyone. So during this next two sessions, I noticed that we have the two worst sessions of any day, before and after lunch, but we will do our best. Jean and I will be doing a lot of most of the presentation, and Jean, of course, has been really doing the bulk of the work in the analysis and putting the issues paper together as well. So thank you, Jean. Just to give you a bit of a sense of what we want to go through with you today, we can go to the next slide. Thank you. We will give you a report back of our CAG meeting that we had. Generally, they were very supportive of what the PCs or planning committee's proposals were. We will, of course, give you a very high-level overview of the key comments that we have received to the two components of the SWP, which was in the form of the consultation paper, the proposed strategy, as well as the proposed work plan. But they're going to be very high level because we would take the issues paper as read, even though I know there are 50 pages worth of them, all solid gold material. But we really want to spend time focusing on the planning committee's proposals, but more importantly, to hear from the board some of the strategic, I guess, elements, in terms of going forward. So we can put the right material in the SWP as we look to approving it in December this year. So before we go any further, just to preempt it, probably about three main things during these next two sessions that we want to get the board's strategic input. Number one is you will see in the issues paper about the ethical issues relating to firm culture and governance. So we want to hear your input. And we're not going to split up between, this is what we need to think about from a strategic driver perspective or themes. And then later on, we're going to talk about the work stream. So we're going to try and have a little bit more of a holistic discussion. So we're going to talk about, from a driver perspective, from a focus perspective, from a, potential work stream perspective. So that's topic number one. They want to get input. And another element we want to get your input is, of course, we have been discussing this with the board extensively the last two and a half days. In fact, is on this subject or topic on expanding the scope of the code to beyond just the accountancy profession. And so the board has earmarked this session to perhaps look at it more strategically, how we're going to do that. And what we're gonna, I suppose, what we want to tell our stakeholders in this SWP. Of course, understanding SWP is not a thesis. It's a short document. So we need to be succinct in terms of what points we want to get and send across to our stakeholders. So that's topic number two. Number three is perhaps a little bit back to our work plans. Is you will see that, from the issues paper, we have provided we have provided an update on I guess, comments that we received to the different potential topics we have put into what was the table B of a consultation paper, and the PC have done a bit of a prioritization of those topics. So we want to hear your thoughts when we get to there. Taking into account the discussion that we would have already had, which is on the firm culture and governance, and then of course how we expand this, what sort of strategic steps we're going to take in terms of expanding the scope of the code. So we can move to the next slide. Thanks, John. Just very quickly, as you would know, in April, we released the consultation paper, which I said is essentially a draft SWP. And IESBA essentially, they did the same thing. They did probably a couple of months before we did, but right now we're sort of all aligned. So we are both talking about, this is, both boards are looking at the first read in a sense of the revised SWP. But there are, like I said, two key components, the proposed strategy, which had our vision, drivers, themes, and actions. And then, of course, the proposed work plan, which we have a range of the ongoing work streams, the pre-committed work streams, they're all post-implementation reviews, and of course, the potential new topics that we'll get your input a bit later as well. So, so we released that. And by the end of the comment period, we have received just over 40 comments. Move to the next one, thank you. And I won't go through this list, of course, but one note I will add is that when you're reading this, they may have the perception that we don't have some of the stakeholder groups that we would like to have. But I would say that, as you would have heard in particularly in some of the sessions on sustainability, as well as we go out and talk to our stakeholders in different jurisdictions, we have of course received some pretty useful and important feedback. For instance, when Gabriella and I went to Japan and Korea in August, other than it was very hot, we have received some fantastic feedback and input from our stakeholders from those two jurisdictions. And they recognize, for instance, the importance of ethics. They've told us, for instance, when we were in Japan, some of the preparers, they've told us, yes, ethics is really important. We agree. But how does your code apply to us? Those sort of questions kind of help us to kind of, and particularly the planning committee to kind of frame the thinking and understanding, at least at a high level, where our stakeholders is at in terms of our code and what they want to see from our code and from this board. If we can move to the next slide. This just gives you a bit of an overview of what we have heard from our stakeholders. And again, I think it's important to note that we have received overall general support from our respondents to the consultation paper on the proposed strategy and work plan as well. Of course, there's very strong support for our sustainability project. And now there are certain views, and we will discuss this a bit later, as I've mentioned, that all preparers really of sustainability information should adhere to high standards of ethical behavior. So I think, some of our respondents is really kind of along the same line as what the board has been discussing, not just the last 2 days. We have been discussing this for a while, is about the opportunities for this board and to look at expanding the scope of the code. Now, in terms of some of the monitoring groups members' comments, we have received 2 comment letters from IOSCO and IFIA. I would say, the comments compared to some of the other comments about slowing down and periods of stability, I don't think they are mutually exclusive. Our view is that, yes, we need to continue to look at and have our eyes open about ethical issues, including independence, that's relevant to the work of this board. So that should not stop. But we recognize that also at the same time, we don't just go and create projects just for creating projects and work streams' sake. We do take time, like what we do today and during all board meetings, to consider some of these issues, looking at matters such as effective dates, all the different aspects. So we do have, at least we believe, have a balanced approach in terms of, I guess, identifying new work streams and new work for us. So those comments I don't believe are mutually exclusive. And of course, there's always the recognition of technology, which this board already recognizes. We continue with our Technology Working Group. And of course, the importance of stakeholders outreach and adoption and implementation. There's recognition from our respondents, the importance as well. So we can move to the next slide. Just a quick feedback, I suppose, from the CAC meetings that we had last week. And again, general support for the planning committee's responses and proposals, as you would have seen in the issues paper. There was a view that there are some comments from the CAC representatives again about, well, you know, this is an opportunity for you to expand the scope of the code to all preparers of sustainability. But what they do recognize is that there is a time element to what we do. We cannot just expand the scope of the code within the space of 1 year. And they do recognize that in terms of our sustainability work stream, that you know, the first step is to perhaps set these standards and keep them in part 2. But they do recognize that there is a greater opportunity for IESBA to look at expanding the scope, you know, and at some point, that's what we're, you know, here today and talking about this. And again, you know, point about sustainability, about setting aside capacity. Of course, we recognize the importance of adoption and implementation as well. And we've been saying throughout that in addition to the revisions and the new standards, we will of course provide guidance material as part of our rollout. And I think it's important that we recognize that we would also coordinate that with IESBA as well, you know, as the time comes. Again, you know, recognition of importance of technology. Now, more importantly, as the last point, there was very strong support from CAC representatives, and Galen had asked the CAC to specifically give us their input on this particular potential work stream. And there was very strong support from all the CAC representatives about the, you know, this potential, this new area, this new theme that the IESBA should look at, and they agree that certainly supportive of the PC's recommendation of adding a new work stream on firm culture and governance. There is one suggestion, of course, for firms to be involved, and I guess, you know, down the line we will of course get firms involved because it is about firm culture and governance. So we can move to the next page. Before we go any further, and I'll pass it to Jean, just want to pause here and see if the board has any comments or feedback to some of these report backs. Okay, silence means acceptance. So Jean, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So on the slide, although you would recall that during the consultation paper, we did not request or ask a specific question on the vision of IESBA, although we did receive some explicit responses supporting the vision of IESBA, and noting that the PC proposes that there's no change to the vision. So delving into the strategic drivers, this slide is just introduction, just categorizing the strategic drivers into 2 categories, those from environmental and operational drivers. Going into the comments that we received, so highlighting specifically the comments received from the monitoring group members. So we received broadly support, they were broadly supportive of the strategic drivers and themes, not highlighting any of the specific drivers or themes specifically in their responses. They were very supportive of the focus on the sustainability project as well as the sustainability focus in general, but that should not be done at the expense of IESBA doing other ethics independence projects. And then also in light of the recent corporate failures and the ethical lapses that's happening and amongst audit firms, kind of reinforces the importance of the IESBA's work and demonstrating the need to intensify its efforts regarding setting clarity and quality of the code. Going into the strategic drivers and the responses that we received from the other respondents is, again, very much broad support for all the strategic drivers. just highlighting some of the specific drivers. So around the rapid growing market demand of sustainability, that individuals that are not professional accountants in business should also perform the duties in ethical manners. And one of the suggestions was that the CFOs actually require all staff to require as a responsibility comply with the code, or that mirrors equivalent components to that of the IESBA code. They support the IEESB, working closely with them and the coordination thereof, and also the importance of providing guidance and how around sustainability. And they further highlighted also the use of the experts project need to address as the evolving scope of experts in the space of sustainability. Expanding the role of professional accountants in business, highlight that the code should remain principle-based, and that it's important, and rather providing guidance in that aspect, and also highlighting that the expectations of stakeholders might be that all CFOs should be held at the same account, and the importance that professional accounting organizations play an important role in monitoring compliance and promoting accountability for PIBs. As Jeff mentioned, also technology was also kind of a theme addressed through all of their responses, keeping up with the pace of change, the disruptive technologies around that, and encourage the IESBA to have a clear monitoring or strategy in addressing these emerging issues that's coming up in the future. So around the global acceptance, as well as this, the adoption and the effective implementation of the code, the respondents were very supportive of the post-implementation reviews, as well as the issuance of illustrative examples included in non-authoritative material. Also very important for the that all these changes become embedded over time, and recognizing with the volume of change in that regard, and that the IESBA provides or dedicates significant focus on facilitating the global adoption of the code. On trust crises and other repercussions, reference was made around the corporate failures in general, and highlighted that that solution would be that corporate behavior and trust in boards and audit committees and within organizations should also be looked at or enhanced. Other proposed or potential strategic drivers, there was no specific drivers that was highlighted or in that regard, but rather referencing to attracting and retaining talents, the attraction of the profession. I think that was kind of highlighted also because of the ethical lapses and the corporate failures or the audit firm failures that is happening, and also some generational differences on the and how ethics are perceived with these generations. On the topic that Jeff already spoke about around the firm culture and governance, also alluding to the recent events, encouraging PAPPs to act ethically, and that's actually causing a doubt on the profession, and it's also suggests that a work stream is included, not necessarily an additional driver, but rather that the drivers are expanded to include those of audit firms as well.
Thank you, Jean, for that update on essentially some of the key comments that we have received on particularly on our strategic drivers. So we want to go through some of the planning committee's views and proposals on the comments that we have received. But like I said, we're going to pause at two different spots here, as I mentioned earlier, and really get your feedback. The first one is not so much perhaps it came through some of our respondents certainly, and but you know the PC really spent a little bit of time when they were getting together to discuss the responses and how they and the proposals, particularly on this topic on firm culture and governance. The PC's view, as we've put there, is that these sort of ethical breaches or high-profile ethical breaches, you know, does shed a negative light, I suppose, on firms, on the firms, but not just that, but on the profession, and potentially really undermining the work that they're doing and also public trust in the work in the great work that they're doing. And it does, as some of our respondents have alluded to and identified, it does raises the broader question about firm culture, governance, and tone at the top. The code, as you would know, does talk a bit about organizational culture and leadership at different parts of the code. But the PC felt that, this is a really important and topic for this board to really take a hold of. This is a global board on ethics, and so we see this as an opportunity, the PC see this as an opportunity to really address this topic globally, so we can have that sort of overall global interest, global impact, so we see this really as in the public interest. One of the points here, as you would recall, the board had issued a statement back in June, reminding professional accountants of the ethical obligations under the IESBA code. But a couple of months later, the Global Accounting Alliance, which is made up of 10 of some of the largest accounting bodies, which some of whom you represent today here, have also issued statements, as I said, in August, so a month or so ago, again highlighting the profession's responsibility to act in the public interest, but they also importantly mentioned the role of the IESBA code, and the responsibility of the profession to really act ethically and how that relate to our code. So the planning committee is proposing to include this matter as part of the strategic driver. And also, throughout the themes and as well, but also to really add a work stream on the topic of firm culture and governance. But before I get your feedback, if I could get you to turn to page or slide 39, if you have it there. I can read that to you if you don't have it. Sorry, it was the last minute. Was just testing Jean's reactiveness. But just want to very quickly give you a sense perhaps of what the planning committee is recommending in terms of what would happen. Thank you, Jean, in this work stream as well, just so you have a bit more of a holistic view of what we're looking at. So the planning committee is recommending a new work stream where IESBA will review the extant provisions on what we have on organizational and firm culture, and I guess a very much part of this exercise and this work stream, as the PC would see it, is to really, at least at the start, is to conduct the necessary research and analysis to get a better understanding of the issues and what we can do from the code as well. One of the comments that we have got back from the CAG was that it's the suggestion for the board to perhaps look at the root cause of what some of these issues are, so we can kind of better address it from the perspective of the code or any other sort of non-authoritative material. Another element of the work stream that the planning committee see is its coordination with IESBA, because of course, as you would know, they do have the ISQM on firm culture, whilst it's related to more the audit and function, but we would still see that there is a need to coordinate with them. And I guess there's a question also is whether we would expand this requirement or these requirements or these systems more broadly to the whole firm, not just from an audit perspective. And of course, I think as part of this work stream, one element, it's the importance of, we need to continue to promote the code and the importance of ethics in firms to our stakeholders, to the public, to a broader community. So in terms of resource requirements, the planning committee would see this as the demand would be high, taking into account the research that may be needed. So with that, if we can go back to the previous slide, and then I will pause here. Perhaps I'll pass it back to Gabriella, and we would love to invite the board for feedback on this potential topic and this particular issue.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much. But it is really my duty and pleasure now to see what the board has to say about this first part of the presentation, which already includes, by the way, some, I'd say, challenging and provocative proposals. Mark Babington first.
Thank you. So in respect of this proposal on culture and governance, I'm very supportive of it. I suppose my question for Jeff and the team and for the board more widely is there is a lot of work involved, but I do get the feeling it's a bit of a burning platform and needs to move quite quickly, which I realise is bad news from everyone's perspective, but you know, it is a high profile issue. I think it's a very positive thing for IESBA that people recognise the importance of the code and our work in addressing this. But I think in finalising the SWP, our stakeholders are probably going to expect an indication of when you might deliver something. So I think the proposal is a good one, but I think the timing is probably an important consideration to flesh out.
Thank you, Mark. I think that Rania. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly which was your order, but
thank you. So I also definitely support this project or strategic driver, and I think it's very, timely, especially with all the discussion. I think good culture really underpins good sustainability reporting and sound sustainability reporting. However, my question is, when we talk about firm culture, are we talking about audit firms or practitioner firms culture, or are we talking about organizational culture, any business entity? And if it is the latter, then does that mean that we have taken the decision to expand, the audience for our code beyond just accountants? So yeah, thanks.
If I could perhaps just respond to that very quickly. I would say from the PC's perspective, we have been looking at more accounting firm cultures because that's where the issues had come from. But I don't know if Gabriella Can or the PC have any additional comments.
Well, we are where we are, so we are discussing, but I think that the focus until now has been mostly on firms' culture, which doesn't mean that we don't care about companies, corporations' culture. We do, and that's what we have been speaking about, namely with respect to the need to raise the ethical benchmark within the companies and what having ethics standards for others than professional accountants would take, etc. So I think that with respect to what is here, what we have been discussing is mostly firms' culture, but that doesn't leave all the rest aside because we know how important ethics is for companies' culture.
I think, if you take Mark's comment into account, it is already quite a large body of work. So I think it makes sense for us to be more specific and targeted approach on accounting firms at this point. Yeah, yeah, thank you for the comments.
Thank you, Jeff and Rania. Hector.
Thank you. Full disclaimer: this is what I live for. So I love this topic, and I've been involved in this topic for a long time. What I wanted to mention is that this has been addressed many times in other industries. For the financial crisis, the FSB had a special group, which I had the chance to integrate representing the OECD, on analyzing governance as a way to reduce misconduct. And the result of that was a stock take and a toolkit. And there is a lot of exercise similar to what we would be facing if we go ahead with this project, that we can take advantage of. This work has been done. That the one for the FSB was in the financial industry, so it's right next door, and some of the incentives and the issues that we will be facing are more or less the same. So there is a lot we could benefit from um, building upon the stones that are already there. And that would probably make it easier for us to address this in a timely fashion and with a high level of deliverables.
Thank you, Hector. Wonderful. Sunam, please.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with more Kish's view or responses, proposals. What I can add for is I believe it will be future work of our board or work stream in the future, but I prefer to strengthen our code instead of just issuing non-authoritative materials because of the visibility. The difference is significant from my perspective. So I think we need to move on as fast as possible. Thank you.
Point taken, Sunam. Christelle, please.
I have the same observation as Rania. I think I understand that we want to be focused and answer to our stakeholders' proposal. I would advise to keep it open, as we are now dealing with more than the accounting firms in our code, or soon, very soon, and that we are also opening the window more largely if we go on with the sustainability reporting projects, etc. So I would say, let's start the work. It's something quite new, and even if we can rely on others, on the work of others, but I would recommend to keep it open. That maybe it would be interesting at the end to have something that would be in accordance with our new positioning.
Thank you, Christelle. Jens.
I just want to add an aspect. We are just having 2.5 days of ESG discussions, sustainability discussions, and I think it's a little bit of walk the talk, because the profession is advising, auditing, assuring in ESG and GS governance area. So it's a logical consequence for me. And in an ideal world, it should be in parallel, but we have to go step by step. I think it's a next project very close to ESG for the clients to mirror these new issues also for the profession.
So if I may ask, and as far as I understand, you see this possible project as a consequence or follow-up, or
yes, and
continuing on the same path?
Yes, and if you're seeing discussions in the European Union, for example, where the ESG issues have been discussed very intensively, all the consultations are under governance, and they are comprising the reporting governance, the assurance governance, and the organizations involved. So that's why it's a missing column, so to say, in an overall holistic approach.
Thank you very much, Jens. Andy.
Get two for the same. Now, I'm also supportive of the direction of travel in terms of anything to improve the ethical conduct of planet Earth. So I would also was going to try to make the connection between overall sustainability as well as just from a topic that our code represents fine words, but it needs to be implemented in practice, and that creates a whole issue. I'm out as to whether it should be authoritative or non in the code, or non-authoritative material, or perhaps both. In some respects, speed might indicate that non-authoritative material might be more doable in the short term. I think we need to be a little more precise with some of the terminology. This slide refers to culture, governance, and tone at the top. Slide 39 referred to organizational and firm culture. I think I understand what we mean, but I think the project, ought to be focused on the implementation, adoption, and practice of the ethical behaviors manifest in our code as part of from a practitioner standpoint and the entities upon which they practice. I mean, there's probably aspects of firm governance that don't affect the adoption of ethical conduct, but I don't know what those are. But as long as the focus is on improving and creating a sustainable ecosystem for our ethics, then I think it's worth considering.
Thank you very much, Andy. Sanjeev, please.
I think I'm also very supportive of this project, very critical. And I think if you look at what's been happening in the last 3-5 years, I think everywhere it is, the issues are being raised. And I think aspersions are being caused on the profession, which doesn't hold us in good stead. Maybe there are one-off cases, but I think ultimately 2 cases also affects the profession so much negatively that I think, and this board being an international board, has the responsibility of setting those standards, making them implementable, and I think doing a follow-up as well, which is, I think, more critical at times. When you set a standard, if it is not implemented, and on Andy's point, I think the tone at the top, I think, decides a lot of things at times. Culture starts from there. It trickles down. And I think it is critical for us to accept that there is an issue. At times, we believe that this is not an issue at all. But I think having seen the past, I think this issue is there and I think requires attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Fania, sorry, I skipped you. I was not seeing your badge.
I was waiting. I'm quite supportive of the proposal as well. I think it's very important, not only for us to be there to speak about the importance of the code and to learn about the firm's culture, but also to hear what in the code is not working for them, what it's lacking, and how can we maybe help them to understand better what is within the code, so we'll have better applicants of the code itself. So not only to speak, but be there to hear from the stakeholders. That's my point.
Thank you, Vania. Laurie.
Thank you. I'm also very supportive of this topic. And as I think about this, ethical culture is a big and very important topic. It's more than just governance. Governance is a very important element. When I think about ethical culture, though, I think it really is almost the ultimate internal control, without which no other internal controls really work, right? So that's daunting on the one hand, but on the other hand, I think we need to, as we set this up, as Christelle said, stay open to whether it's NOM or whether it's a code section or whether it's both, right? Which seems to me probably a very plausible possibility. But also to think specifically as we're going through doing this research about the levers of ethical culture. And this ties back to something that Hector was saying, right? There are some very practical things in the life cycle that we should have viewpoints on or expectations around. And I think hearing from people about what, and looking at the research about what works, what those are. I mean, I have my own views on some of them, but recognizing that we're dealing with human behavior here. And so what we want to do is otherwise it becomes somewhat of a soft topic. And I think it's nice, whatever work we do, we will be more relevant. And that's very important at this moment in time. But I think we need to think about the practical side as well. And those levers are very important. So the work product here may be a code section, maybe NOM, but I think we need to keep in mind the practical side of this, because I can tell you what firms do struggle with is how to get their arms around this. Right, it's a very slippery topic, and I think those levers and focusing on the fundamental drivers of ethical culture, at least to start, would be a very important way to make it practical and understandable to people in a way that they might be able to implement things, whatever form that takes. So that's it.
Thank you, Laurie. Sadia, please.
It's like everyone else, I'm also supportive of this project. I would like to caution though on the scope of the project because we just have it as firm culture and governance, and that goes beyond just ethics. Firm culture and organizational culture could be topics on their own, and we say coordinating with IESB, which talks about the quality of culture, but we must, I think it would help us to be specific on what's the angle of this topic so that we can accomplish something, because if the topic is too big, then we might get lost in what are we trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Sadia. Gela.
Thank you so much, Gabriella. I just noticed yesterday that the US PCOB issued a proposal to strengthen accountability for contributing to firm violations. And I would submit that that has a lot to do with culture. In my opening comments on Monday, I mentioned that the CAG just almost universally, I think, supported the notion of going down this path. And I personally support that as well. As been discussed here, whether it's authoritative or non-authoritative and what the guardrails are, I think is very, very important. And so that you just don't get off track. So that would be our advice to the board. One other thing, and I don't know whether you've discussed the term audit client yet, but it seems to me like the audit client discussion is very, very tied to the notion of culture and vice versa. So I think those maybe it would be worthwhile looking at those in tandem. I don't know, but the alignment of firms with their clients and with their responsibility to the public interest, I think could really be an interesting conversation and should be addressed at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen. And sorry, Tom, sorry.
Thank you very much. I want to be very brief. I just want to share with you that the discussion within the PIOB, and I totally agree with you concerning the perception of this situation is just like Mark said, it's a budding platform. And it's very, how can I say, we have quite a lot of talk concerning that. So I'm very relieved to hear that most of the board agree with this issue. And then as Galen had said, the importance of the wording of the client is also closely related. Some of the members of my colleagues expressed that of that point in the CAG meeting, the second point. And the third point is that a little bit, my personal thinking is that what we talking about the culture and the governance, I understand the importance of internal control, but at the same time, the discussion should be a little bit, not too much detailed regulation or standards, but focus on the management. It should be focused on the management, not a long paper or not detailed how can I say standards. What we are thinking or what we have to focus is on the responsibility of the management. That's the meaning of the governance. So that's the thinking. I think that's partly shared within the PIOB. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. Andy, please.
Yeah, I didn't, since I'm not sure where things will come up, and since Galen, you mentioned it, and Tom, you did too, about the audit client aspect and the intersection with culture. And I was wondering about that too. So I just wanted to express, I know down deep in the paper, it refers to the audited entity versus the audit client. And I respond very well to the aspect of an audited entity as just an orientation in the public interest of who the beneficiaries of our work are and where our interest should lie. And I'm not sure I'm ready for a massive change of structure and other stuff, but I think in the cultural aspect and the orientation of where we are in the public interest, I don't know if this intersects in if we've just hijacked part of your later conversation, but I just wanted to not let the moment pass since we started it. I like this concept of the orientation to audited entity versus audit client.
Thank you. Andy, Rich, please.
Yeah, I would observe that we have a platform on which we can talk about the importance of ethics before we get to this project. And I point to the June release, which I believe was very well received. I guess and perhaps what is a high compliment, I saw it being disseminated onwards by others, sharing it. And so I think we ought to think about how do we keep that kind of momentum going and continue to, beat the drum beat loudly while we work on whatever we're going to work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Chana, please.
So similar to what Rich just said, I think because the project could take some time, whether there's scope to do a NAM based on existing literature in the short term, because otherwise it will take 2 years and then the burning platform is gone, because the burning platform is now sorry,
burnt and finished.
Burnt and finished, yeah. So I wonder whether we could do some NAM in the interim and then look at what could come later on. With respect to, I think it should be focused on firms because that's easier to manage rather than everything. And currently what has happened, like just touching on the audited entity, I'm not sure we are trying to limit it to audit clients, because actually a lot of what has happened in Australia is with the non-audit clients, not with the audited clients.
The impact is there.
Yeah. And so, like, if you look at the revenue of the big four in Australia, on average, it's about 15% audit, another 6-7% in non-assurance services to audit clients. So 75% is going to non-audit clients for non-audit services. And in that is the government public sector as well, which is getting a lot of the attention at the moment.
Thank you, Shana. Ken.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. This is a very good discussion, but I am a little bit concerned about all the expectations that are coming out of this discussion. And Shana, you didn't really help in that regard. I wish you could come up with some additional resources. But anyway, that was not quite what I wanted to share. As we heard the discussion around the table, the thought came to mind that this is a really crucial opportunity for the board. And as the saying goes, never waste a good crisis. And I think we have seen a lot of crises around the world, not just in one particular jurisdiction or as it were in this case, not one particular firm, but it is a very strategic opportunity for this board. Importantly, to Jens' point, because we're doing so much work in the ESG space. And this is also an opportunity for the profession to lead from the front to say, we will demonstrate that we actually walk the talk, and we have a very strong code. What currently, maybe there is a question as to whether the code speaks explicitly enough about the issue of ethical culture. And Sadia, to your point, is well noted. Culture is very broad, but we are talking about ethical culture. It is a very strategic opportunity, as I said, for the board, but also it connects with this issue that we're going to talk maybe very shortly about broadening the scope of the code to other professions. And the issue of unethical behavior, as it happens, isn't just an issue within the accounting profession. And I won't name names, but there have been some very big consulting firms outside the accounting profession that have been in the front pages, in the headlines for precisely the issues that we're discussing about ethical culture, about aggressive practices, et cetera, et cetera. So this is this project, this work stream has an opportunity to connect a lot of dots and put ethics really at the center of where it belongs.
Thank you, Ken. Do you allow me? Sorry, Sanjeev, sorry, Rania.
So, I just had something about the vision, not about this discussion. If you want to keep it till later, just a minor comment.
Okay, so we'll come back to that.
I think lately what I'm seeing is that the attest function of the professional firms has been regulated for many years. And I think the thrust which I'm now seeing in some part is that probably in the years to come, we'll see the non-attest function being regulated much more. Because I think the attest function has been regulated to a large extent. There are principles, the code saying independence, etc. And where, for example, when you started with the tax planning project 4 years back, one perception was that the code actually applies only to the attest function of the auditor or the professional firms. To non-attest persons, the non-attest members, it doesn't apply at all. That's perception, wrong perception, absolutely wrong, no doubt about it. But I think that is where the change, I think, is coming, which will impact the professions in the coming years. And I think this is keeping that also in mind as an opportune moment, as you said, Ken, to look at this, address it, and walk the talk.
Well, thank you very much. This is wonderful discussion. Sorry, does anyone, sorry, just about this topic of firm culture and governance. This is for, just to start, I think this was the first time this week that all board members contributed. So we see the enthusiasm and will to get together around this topic. Secondly, it's very interesting what I heard. I will not try to wrap up. This is for you, but there is a broad support with slightly different visions with respect to some aspects. Some of you wanting to keep it more open and more high level, others wanting to narrow the scope and focus on concrete things. There was a call for timeliness and we need to evolve quickly. Nobody doubts about the opportunity to do work in this space. And moreover, the need to bring ethics again higher in the agenda. And for me, everything is connected. And sustainability, the expansion of the code, the importance of ethics, and the more I go, personally, the more I understand that ethics is actually not on the radar of many people and organizations. So we have an incredible effort to do in this respect and so on. So of course, this is very early days. It's the first time that we are discussing this here. So this, I'm sure that the second time we will not be in such an agreement as we were today, I suspect. So there's a lot to be done. But I wonder, just to contribute with an additional idea, if this, from what I heard, could not be like an overarching, call it whatever, project, work stream, or whatever, where other projects are hosted or from where other projects are hanging, or if we should make a decision that some sub-projects should have a part of each project which is related with culture. I mean, I've seen this being done many times. It's, well, I'm not going to say where, but if we think that this is so important and so cross-cutting, or it touches upon so many things that we are planning to do, thinking about doing, necessary to do, sustainability has a part of it which is about culture, tax as well. If we, for instance, decide to go on a project on audit client, this is part of the culture. So I don't know, this is just to say that we can approach this in very many different ways, but I think that one thing is clear is that we will have to do it and as quick as possible. So thank you very much for this. Jeff, back to you.
Well, thank you everyone for your comments, and I think Gabrielle, you've summed it up quite well already. Perhaps just a couple of rounding thoughts before we move to the next big topic. I guess it is an opportunity, but perhaps this board could see it more as a responsibility of this board to really take that action and to help firms to improve the culture and governance at more across the board. We hear some of the comments about the scoping, so thank you for that. And it is important. So as we move to the December meeting, as we put in more meat on the bones, we will be able to perhaps add more about giving more of a high level of how we're going to move in this space, and taking your comments into consideration, Gabriella, about different ways perhaps of reaching the same results. So it doesn't have to be the traditional way of a standalone project, so we'll take that into consideration, of course, the staff and the planning committee. In terms of the products and what the outcome will be, I think, of course, it can always be a combination of different things, and it could have strengthening the code or NAMs or one of the. I think it is important to, as we do these researches, perhaps working with firms, it is good to be able to get some insight in terms of how they have been implemented and how they check compliance. I think implementation via policy is one thing, but are they complying is a different thing. So perhaps there is that element as well. But of course, that's very down the weeds, detail stuff that we won't need to talk about perhaps at this meeting. So I think we've got some good feedback from the board. I think the board is supportive, and we'll certainly work on how we're going to frame this in the SWP, including the strategy element, but also the work plan element. And we'll get the board to have another look at it, either certainly at the December meeting. But if we get a chance, if you have some free time reading all the sustainability stuff, we might get you to read this as well. But I think perhaps, Gabrielle and Ken, I'm wondering, it's 12:43 or 45. The next topic is the big topic.
Sorry, before we move, we still have Rania who wants to speak.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Rania.
Just one tiny observation about the wording of the vision. So I noticed here that it talks about public trust in financial and non-financial information. And just in terms of like phrasing, this was scratched out in the definition that you had presented, Priscilla, and like perhaps you may want to reword it as financial and perhaps sustainability information. Just a thought, and just so that to be consistent with the rest of the code.
I would argue that sustainability can easily be included in non-financial, less symmetrically. But of course, if there is something to be done in a.
To say that I definitely agree.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, in terms of substance, I definitely agree. I was just referring to like consistency with the wording or the phrasing within the code and the definitions that we use, but completely up to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rania. I guess just a quick response. I think the phrase that we're using here, financial, non-financial, is consistent with how the sustainability project has been framing that, because earlier we had discussion that sustainability information really can comprise both financial and non-financial. So, but thank you for that, though. Gabriella, I'm just looking to you. It's almost lunchtime. The next topic is on the scope of the code. So
what do you mean by scope of the code?
The next topic that we're going to discuss is a strategic approach of how we address the issue.
Oh, the expand. Yeah, I was going to suggest if you could introduce it, and then after lunch we'll come back with perhaps the open discussion.
Great. So the next topic that we want to talk about and we want to really get the board's input after lunch. Would be particularly, it's really coming through from the input that we've received on the strategic drive and the themes on sustainability reporting and assurance. As mentioned, Jean has mentioned, we have, of course, very strong support from our respondents to the comments, to the consultation paper, but of course, through our broader outreach, we have received very positive and strong support that this is an important topic, not just for ISSB or IESB, but they recognize that there is a strong ethical element to this, whether they know our work or not. They recognize that, hey, this is an important element that perhaps IESBA as a global ethics board should really take charge of, which is what we're doing. We have a project. In terms of what the PC's views is, we recognize, of course, not only the last 2 days that we've discussed this at length, but in reading the paper, reading the issues papers, the comments that we have received, the PC recognize that that there is a view and agree with this view that it is broader than just professional accountants in terms of preparers of information. And as Gabriela have alluded to, when we went to Japan and Korea, certainly it was a good, I guess, eye-opening in the sense that in some jurisdictions, the number of PAIBs who are low in terms of percentage of preparers. So we do need to think more broadly, about the reach of our code. The planning committee do see this, and as the board has already recognized in the last 2 days discussions, that this is a strategic matter that requires more careful consideration. It's not something that we can just, hey, we're going to do ABC and we're going to get it done by December this year. It is quite a large topic. It touches on many elements. Some elements are perhaps outside our control. And we do need to talk to also a broad range of stakeholders as well. Stakeholders that perhaps we have not really had as much of, I guess, connection in the past. So the PC had proposed in the issues paper that the SWP highlight the topic of expanding the scope of the code as a public interest matter, and also highlight the fact that we do need to have a lot more stakeholder engagement on the topic. Now, I just want to the next box in the blue, just remind the board again that over the last 2 days, the board has agreed to really look at this topic more strategically on the topic of how you expand the scope of the code to other professionals. And I guess using this next few moments after lunch to really look at how we can approach this. We need to tell our stakeholders, not only this is important, here are the reasons, but we need to tell our stakeholders how we're going to approach this in the next strategy period. I would suggest that certainly I think sustainability is a really important launching point for us in terms of looking at this topic. Just some initial thoughts. If we're just gonna start with, we're gonna expand the scope to everybody, I think it's a very big scope. So I think we need to have a launching point, and I think sustainability it's a good launching point that we have in terms of looking at this topic. So before I pass to Gabrielle and Ken to sort of give their thoughts before we have our lunch, perhaps if I could just encourage your board that to really in the discussion to think about from a really strategic perspective. We've heard the last few days that this is an important element that the board really needs to get into. So we've heard the why. We've heard that we should do this. And we can continue to have some of those discussions, but equally important, we need to hear from the board in terms of our approach. How are we gonna do this? When are we gonna do this? Some of the key elements so that we can tell our stakeholders so they have a sense of what we're trying to achieve and how we're going to get there. Now, we will not be able to in the next, after lunch to have all the answers, but that's not what we're trying to do. We really just trying to look at it more from strategically. This is a strategic session. So looking forward to that discussion. I'm also looking forward to lunch, but more important, looking forward to that discussion. So with that, Gabrielle and Ken, I don't know if you have any sort of additional comments.
Very effective.
Yeah, I think we should come back after lunch, but recognizing Jeff is very hungry, but
I'm always hungry. So
no, we will definitely come back after lunch and hear the board's feedback on this issue. But if I can share a bit of an anecdote which I picked up during the sustainability roundtables, and we had the discussion in the breakout groups, etc. And there was one participant who basically said, that participant referred to companies that choose to list on US stock exchanges. Now, clearly there is a cost to come and actually list your stock in the US. There's the amount of regulation is unspeakable, so to speak, the cost, etc. But the fact that a company is listed in the US brings with that outcome increased credibility for the company, and therefore essentially the cost of capital for the company is reduced simply because of the association or the bonding effect, as somebody referred to that. It's a bonding effect. And the suggestion or the idea was raised during the roundtable discussion to the effect of what if within companies, the boards of directors were to ask the finance department or the sustainability reporting department to adhere to the code of ethics, the IESBA code of ethics in preparing the information. And what if the companies themselves were able to communicate that to the market? That in and of itself would bring an element of credibility to the information, quite apart from the assurance work that might come in after that. But the mere fact that the people you're employing to prepare the information, to gather the information, to do whatever you need to do with that information for purposes of disclosure, they follow the IESBA code of ethics, and therefore they adhere to certain standard of ethical behavior, a high bar of ethical behavior. That in and of itself essentially has legs in terms of enhanced credibility for the company itself, and therefore has potentially, from a financial or bottom line perspective, the possibility of reducing the company's own cost of capital simply because of the enhanced credibility. So in other words, there was a suggestion there that if companies were able to convey that message that they have embraced the code of ethics, the IESBA code of ethics, and they actually use it, they apply it, and they importantly enforce it internally, that potentially has a lot of benefit to them. So just a food for thought as to how that could be one avenue to pursue. If we were to have a broad code of ethics, that's not just limited to accountants.
Yeah, I think that food is the magic word now. But I would have some considerations on top of what Ken said, because Ken is opening the discussion in a very interesting way for the next discussion after lunch. But I'll save your time now, let you get your food after this food for thought, and we'll speak like that. So we should come back in 1 hour. So 5 before 2. Okay, welcome back, Jeff. We hope that you are less hungry now. And it's time to restart and launch this discussion around the expansion of the scope of the code, or whatever we want to call it. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriella, and welcome back, everybody. I am less hungry, so that's a good sign. Just before lunch, and welcome, James. We had just given some sort of context in terms of our next discussion about, what IESBA wants to do in terms of expanding the scope of the code to those who are not professional accountants, and perhaps expanding its reach and its influence in terms of providing that sort of benchmark standards on ethical behavior on other profession and on other professional activities, other types of activities as well. So in this next little bit, I would say that we only have 1 hour actually, so we have a lot to get through. After this, we still need to discuss the rest of the work streams. So let's have a very focused discussion. So in this bit here, we want to hear your view in terms of strategically how we're going to approach this matter of expanding the scope of the code. I guess perhaps if I could just give some thoughts. I know Gabriella had a few thoughts she wants to share before we open the floor to the board for your feedback and views. I think it's important for us to to think about the what are we trying to achieve. And I think that there are a few elements that we could look at. Is number one is that we want people to understand that there is a need of ethical behavior, that there is a major gap here. And the next thing we want people to know is IESBA, our code, is what can fill that gap. And then the other thing we want perhaps looking at is we want those who are not from the accounting profession to really adopt our code to fill that gap, to help to kind of have a high level of ethics standards. Then I think I would also ask the board to perhaps consider the how as well. Looking at, are we going to have a separate work stream to look at this? How are we going to look at this strategically in a manageable way and efficiently, effectively over the course of next 4 years? I think one of the things that we have mentioned before lunch is that sustainability is a good launching pad for us, and that's what we're thinking at this stage. Is we have already discussed at length over the last 2 days on expanding, looking at preparers at large when it comes to sustainability reporting, which is currently not part of the scope of the existing or the current sustainability project. So that could be a good launching pad, a good pathway for us to start. So we want to hear your views on that as well. And of course, there's the question of when, high priority. We've heard there's a burning platform. We wait too long, it's going to get all burnt. So this is a good time, but we do still need to have a sense of the timing as well. So those are just perhaps just some of starting thoughts to perhaps get your thinking juice going. But before we open the floor, I'm going to pass it to Gabriella.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Well, I have a lot of things in my mind that this topic triggers. I'm going to try to share them in a very short fashion. First thing, well, you said part of most of what's important here, and what's important here is that we really have a big challenge ahead in bringing the code and the ethics, above all, to a different level and a different dimension. I've been telling some of you that as I go and in outreach activities, conversations, presentations, etc., it becomes more and more clear that there is a high level of unawareness, to say the least, about, I'm not even saying about IESBA, about the importance of ethics. How much it matters, the role that it plays, the importance of having a structure and a framework that includes ethics. There is sometimes a concerning ignorance even of the topic, which makes me more and more aware of the effort that this board has to make, not only to bring IESBA and the code to where it should be, but above all and before everything, to make people, organizations, firms, everybody aware of the importance of ethics. And it's not a word, it's not a nice thing to have, it's not that's how it is looked by many people. It's like, nice to have, oh, it's one of code of ethics. The real importance, the concrete importance, and how much it matters and how much it may change things. We have been speaking at the staff level and etc. about many situations, many cases, but it's evident if we look to difficult situations, cases, scandals, etc., and we go back a little bit back and think, what was the reason? What was the root cause? We always conclude that there were significant ethical problems at the core of the situation. So there is really, Jeff was speaking about the gap. It's a gap between the reality, the facts, the evidence, and the perception that people have about how much ethics matters. This topic of the expansion of the scope of the code is more than an expansion of the scope of the code. It's really about bringing ethics to another level and another dimension beyond the profession, within the profession as well. We can't stop from ourselves from doing what we have to do in that respect. So this only adds to the need to bring this project or whatever. I'm not sure that it's going to be a project in the formal sense of the word. Probably it will. But it's for sure an objective, is for sure a purpose, is for sure something that it's inscribed, it's in our mission, and that in the next cycle we will have to reinforce and put a focus and a lot of efforts in it. This has to do with culture as well, I think. I think that when we think about ethics, it's impossible not to think about culture. It's impossible not to think about the structures and the foundations of what helps ethics happen in an organization. The real I don't know if it's strategical or tactical question now is how to get there. What do we have to do to make this happen? And I think that with respect to this issue, just like the former one on culture and governance, we will have to think out of the box. If we think about, well, let's develop a project which is focused on this and that, it can be the response, but I think that it can be something else. We can come to the conclusion in certain areas that we already have the standards. The effort that we have to make is a different one, is how to get there. A structured way to reach out to the right investors and make this happen, etc. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't start by saying, well, we are going to develop a project, it's going to be this and that, but to think a little bit beyond the boundaries of what is usually the approach, probably to get to the traditional approach at the end, but at least allow ourselves to think beyond those boundaries. And I'll stop here, not promising that I won't come back later in the discussion, but of course, welcoming all the contributions in this respect that you may have, having in mind that this is a first discussion, and so we will not solve the world, nor our strategy and what plan for 24-27 in this respect, but it's important to start collecting perceptions, ideas, and approaches from the board members in this respect.
You know, I have some thoughts. I just wanted to ask just a threshold question and to tie in what you were saying, Jeff. The slide in front of us has the blue banner that says rapidly growing demand for sustainability info. So I just want to understand what the PC is proposing, because the next one is the role of IESBA in setting standards for preparers of corporate reporting, which is broader than just sustainability. So I didn't know if there's, I think, is it contextual that there's a growing demand for sustainability, but what before us is the broader one for all corporate reporting? That's just a threshold question, so I know how to direct my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy, for that eagle eye observation. We did bring that point up perhaps from a different part of the comments, but I think we felt that it certainly is related to sustainability as well as the PC was thinking about this issue. Yes, it's very much related to sustainability information, but I think there is also a sentiment that it's not just about sustainability information, but in terms of preparers, it's not just preparers of sustainability information that we should be looking at, but preparer of all information. Yes.
Thank you, Jens.
I would like to start the approach from two different perspectives. One could be we have made also recently different projects finalized and or are in the process of finalizing, and having a thought process or an add-on to each and every project close to finalization, if we have not started at the beginning, to think about whether this specific project has a wider impact. And sorry, I'm a little bit biased. Tax is a good example because we started as a PA project, and during our outreach activities, we saw that lawyers and non-regulated professions and then regulators came with a service perspective and saying, we do not care who is performing the service, but you have something which sounds interesting. So that is one issue. The same is true for sustainability, where we're seeing there is a gap because we have now tackled one part of the value chain and there's something we are missing. So I think that is the project by project perspective where we have perhaps to include this thought process of, is there a wider dimension? And the other starting point could be starting with, there is an ethical issue in the whole business environment. How can our code, and then I'm thinking more to the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework, not to a specific service or specific issue, how these fundamental principles could be somehow a model. I'm not saying apply them because we have done them, but a model for bringing in, because had been on a panel on business ethics, so, or on ethics in the legal profession. And to start with some of the principles and explain what we have developed for a specific narrower context, to enlarge it to a broader discussion, that would be perhaps the other starting point for first new dimension of applying our code or advertising or informing about our code. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Jana.
Thank you. So I certainly agree with the Planning Committee's proposal that there is a public interest issue and we need a lot more stakeholder engagement to sort of work out where we might go. I think we've sort of felt our way quite quickly in the sustainability space, but we've still got a fair amount to do. I can't look at this item without also thinking of the strategic theme about strengthening the code, because one of the things that I take away from this meeting so far is that we have more work to do to address issues in our code to respond to the sustainability points, which I think is equally relevant if we go into other areas as well. And a really good example is my least favorite part of the code, 4B. We've said, we need to kick off a project to look at it. I suppose my question is, and I don't have an answer to it, but my question for the board is Is it more important to fix things like 4B and get the code, you know, to a strengthened place that then helps you with that consideration of where you expand the code into some of the areas that Jens touched on? Or do you go out there and potentially say, here is a code that has the ability to expand into other areas? And I sort of think that I'd probably prefer a bit of strengthening before you went too much further. I also think there's a really interesting and slightly tawdry backdrop to it, which is if you're expanding the scope of the code, who pays for it? Because, you know, I think, you know, if we begin to expand to address other needs, and we have got a good product, I'm very sort of comfortable with that. We shouldn't necessarily always look at the code as a free good. You know, things that are free are not necessarily always valued. And so therefore, I think if there is a sort of longer term discussion as part of the SWP of where the code could be used and where it could bring real public interest benefits, it also needs a stream of dialogue to say, are you willing to invest the resource in the code so that we can do the lift and shift and the other things that we might need to do in order to make it, you know, really good and to answer your, you know, to answer your need. So I think as part of the sort of overall broadening the scope, there's that sort of input question about what work needs to be done to strengthen, and there's that sort of almost like output question of, well, you've got something, is someone going to buy it? And those are sort of issues that I think need to be part of this conversation rather than separate determinations. I think it needs to be brought together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Let me just react very quickly to your last point that I was not expecting, but I have a response. I have a response about what is in my mind. First, this is a strategic discussion that clearly is beyond the IESBA only remit, which is who pays for it. It's, as you know, it's something that we are addressing in a more holistic way and with other constituents and stakeholders and etc. And it's a question, but I would say that if we really need to look for who pays for what, we need to be relevant for those who in the future should be paying for what we do. We can't think about transitioning into a different funding system without being relevant to those who, in theory, could fund the system. So this is a different perspective. It's the opposite perspective, if I may, but possibly complementary. But I think there is no one question to that question. And it definitely has to be integrated here. We live in a system, and it has to be integrated, of course, in our thought process, and etc. But it's definitely something that is a little bit beyond our own strategic decisions. But we can, of course, get back to that. So, Christelle.
Thank you, Gabriela. Some of my point was I support the objective on the question on the how. I was less on the money, but more on the stakeholders buy-in, support. It can be through money, and the fact that we need, I think, a combination of having the right partners to embrace this next step of expanding potentially the user's scope, because we need to do that with the relevant partners, counterparts, contributors. And And also in parallel, working, of course, we could say, well, that's what we do with outreach, but working on how to make it happen afterwards. If we put all this energy, because it's going to be a lot of energy, we need to support this while we work on ensuring or securing the buy-in at the end. And so that there is a quickly something that happens in terms of implementation, of real implementation, adoption, etc. We had an interesting discussion about win-win situation if you can raise funds a little cheaper, if you have a IESBA stamp on your organization, yeah, on your. So I think there is work like we do in our project, and we have done on sustainability. So there is additional work on to enlarge the scope. There is support to be done to have this buy-in at the end, and there is a structural move to get to have that support and have really the stakeholders present, supporting and contributing, and so that our ecosystem or is enlarged, not only our code, but our ecosystem, our stakeholders. I don't know about the governance, but you see what I mean. It should be consistent at the end. So it is not a question of a project that can, so it's parallel.
I see your point, and of course I cannot but agree that this is not the expansion of the code as an end in itself. We should only think about it if this is useful, if this is important, and if stakeholders are able to engage in this project, not in the sense of technical project, in this ambition, etc. So I cannot but agree with you. James, you want to come in because I was seeing you. Okay.
No, in line.
And taking okay, Hector.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Obviously, we don't want to lose our position of power when we go somewhere else. We want to retain the power that we have on the strengths that we have. But if we want to get new stakeholders, I can tell you about the experience that I know, which is the principles of corporate governance of the OECD, which are now the G7, the G20 principles of corporate governance. And the way to get them to become a G20 document was to build it first. You don't go to the G20 saying, hey, we would like you to endorse these documents that we are going to produce. You produce them first, and you say, we did this with consultation with you, with all the big G20 countries, and this is ready for you to endorse. And they just sign. So in a sense, the question is, if we build them, they will come. But we need to make the decision of building it, even if we don't get the stakeholders in the end. And the question is, would that make us lose the strength that we have today? I don't think so. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know enough. I mean, I'm new. But what I can tell you is that if you want to get those stakeholders, you need to show them the product first.
Thank you, Hector. Rania, please.
Thank you. So actually, very much to Hector's point and to what I touched on yesterday, and actually very much in line with our vision. I'm looking at our vision, and our vision says that we are committed to public trust in financial and non-financial information that is fundamental to the proper functioning and sustainability of organizations, financial markets, and economies. And so if we look at that vision, it doesn't say anything about accountants. It talks about financial and non-financial information. And I mean, very much to what I said yesterday, I think there's one way, I mean, there's one right way, whether we get it exactly or not, but there's one right way to go about preparing and presenting and assuring information. And so I think it's our job to try to get the governance code of ethics around this correctly, and then automatically others who are involved in information, presentation, preparation, assurance, will automatically, I mean, very much to what Hector is saying, if we get the product right, I think automatically others will want to jump on board. Yeah.
I see your point. But I wish that was in this case, at least exactly like this, because I think that we have the right product.
Yeah.
I think that we can do a lot of adjustments and amendments and enhancements in the code, but we have a product, and I think that we are all in agreement that we have a good product. And nevertheless, I'm not going to say more because I said it at the start. Nevertheless, the level of awareness, the level of effective adoption, and level of etc. is not yet there. So I think there is more to be done.
True.
There is much more to be done than just having the product and expect them to say, well,
of course, then we have to go to market with it. And there's a lot of marketing that product, knowing how to frame it. There's a lot of work to do, and perhaps I think very much to what's been said, whether Mark or Christelle, I think we need to strengthen the product because there have been market failures. There have been lots of failures, and I'm not saying that it's blamed on our product or anything, but I think we have to show that, you know, we recognize what's going on, we recognize the shifting landscape, and we have a product that is strong enough that recognizes those issues. But then there's a lot of work afterwards. And maybe we have to expand our work as a board. And I mean, a lot of what you're already doing, which is beyond the task force work and going one step afterwards. It's like.
Okay, thank you, Rania. Luigi.
Thank you. Broadening the scope of the code may involve many things, and we can span across less pervasive to much pervasive amendments to the code. I think that we should try also to be concrete and to try to identify which is the perimeter and the users we would like to target. Because elsewhere we would end this discussion let's say in a more theoretical in a more theoretical manner, without giving the planning committee information about what is our feeling. My feeling, as already mentioned during these days, is that we have an urgency, real, very important urgency on the side of the preparers. First of all, because the actual code, the extant code, is not fit for purpose compared with the reality in a number of jurisdictions. We are dealing with PABB rules, whereby the majority of the preparers in certain jurisdictions are not PA. So we have an issue today. If we add sustainability, we could just increase the issue. And when we come to crisis that we mentioned many times during this meeting, and this crisis relate to information provided to users, I think that the root cause is well before the professional accountant in public practice. The root cause is likely to be in the professional practice, in the professional accountant in business. And so basically we have now a set of rules that are not fit for purpose. We should expand, or we are intending to expand the code to a larger category of professional without having considered the need, well, maybe resources, time, and so on, to align this part, which is, in my view, fundamental in order to complete the environment we are thinking about. So my view, the first and most important and most urgent issue is to work at the preparer side in order to make sure that the ethics part that we envisage is adequate for them, are robust enough, well prepared, addresses everyone, whether or not they IPA or not. If they are involved in preparing corporate information, then we can also define what corporate information is as a perimeter. But this could be following step. But without this consideration, everything else, it seems to me, could be very weak as a result, because we are losing one of the pillars to protect the user of information.
Thank you, Luigi. Sad.
So I was thinking about what's the knowns at the moment. The first known is that it's called the IESBA Code of Ethics, and that is for professional accountants, which sets the tone of who we are focusing on. While this conversation is admirable and may add value, we also have to acknowledge that going down this route will take away from projects that will focus on professional accountants. And then there's a very important question about who are we opening it up to? Non-PAs is everyone. And I was thinking about what our code first entry point is, and that is acting in the public interest. So if you are someone who wants to act in the public interest, maybe that's who our non-PAs are, because that's the first criteria on which you would have to adopt the code. But I really support with, I think that the planning committee was going with, is that we have a stepped approach, that we already made a decision for sustainability assurance providers. We even said we're going to open up considerations for adoption, even if you are sustainability reporting. So we're already sandboxing and testing this, and we learn from this. What are the barriers of entry? How do we communicate better? How do we build these relationships? Who are we building these relationships with? And how do we include everyone? Because I don't think we can say we're going to do this for you, but not include those individuals in our conversations, either in stakeholder relationships, someone around the table, and understanding what's their perspective versus what's a professional accountant's perspective. I also think in the interim that we can focus, sorry, the question was, how do we do this here? Like, how do you practically do this here? And I think that I don't think it's a working group. I don't think it's a separate project, but I think it's stakeholder relationships, similar to how we have a national standard setters. So we take time in actually identifying who are the adopters, but who would be the national standard setters equivalent for non-PAs, and that's who we go to market with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think my views of this are evolving, and the devil will be in the details as always. But I would like to continue down this path. I mean, if I could just make a wish come true, if all people involved in presenting information and dealing in a public position could adhere to our 5 fundamental principles, I think the world would be a better place. So I'd like anyone to challenge anyone who doesn't agree with that. So I think the fundamental principles that we've developed and articulated, and customized to professional accountants, I think, have a broader range of adoption. I think I said earlier in the week that, the capital markets, and perhaps following on with what Sadia just said, rely on the role of professional accountants in that process. And I know no one in here wants to do anything to jeopardize that strength of the PAs in that and to their effect onto the economy and to the people who rely on that. And so, that probably has to be a pillar upon which anything we do doesn't upset that, or the adoption and so forth. And some of that will define on some very arcane perhaps definitions and the perimeters and boundaries that that you had talked about, Luigi, and some of that is who is a professional accountant, who are the other people. And I know I've raised this in the past and have gotten just looks of don't bring this up, Andy, is the definition of who is a professional accountant. Now, I raise it again for the planning committee to look at now, because our definition of professional accountant is derivative as any member of an IFAC member body group. And I'm also just questioning, regardless of this, I think it's part of this conversation, is do we want, now that we're outside of the IFAC, to have a definition of professional accountant derivative on a member of an IFAC member body? And I think that's part of the C level we're talking about here. So I don't mean to derail us into a definition argument, but I think that ought to be on the table, that we could qualitatively define professional accountant or financial, say, preparer or preparer, as we're going this way, to clearly articulate to the world who we're talking about. But the tax planning, the tax task force people will recognize that when we were rolling out and doing outreach on what we're doing with the tax planning, is we heard from many professional accountants, not just in my protective country, but around the world, that the thing that we are doing in these tax planning standards will adversely affect the competitive advantage of professional accountants. And that's more than one country. It was more than one continent. Because if you impose that on us, you're not imposing it on others. And the more I think about that, the more we could embrace that if we could somehow impose these high ethical standards on the others, because they weren't arguing against adhering to these standards. They were just arguing against, don't make us adhere to these standards when other people don't have to adhere to them. So with that, yeah, I know, I get a heartburn when I hear that, by the way. And that never swayed me, and that will not sway me. And because I don't think anyone wants to advertise, come to our profession because we have no standards and we'll be cheaper. Yeah. But that is ultimately where you get spiraled down to if you go to that way. So instead, I prefer to, well, elevate us and elevate everyone else. So as odd as it might be, is it in the public interest, it might be an issue for the profession to bring everyone up to the levels of quality in the standards, say in the tax area. But I know we've all heard that in Europe and in Asia and in other places in North America, we've heard that as well. So I think that's what I got for you. So like I say, the devil is in the details. So I want to make sure that we're thoughtful. We don't upset, where we are, but, let's keep moving in this direction.
Thank you for that, Andy, because I think it's exactly what we are just starting to do. And again, we will not finish to identify all the details and all the pros and cons and the ways to get there, if any, etc. So thank you for that. Chana.
So I think we heard, Gabriela, from your outreach in Japan and Korea, there are many who are not accountants who prepare information. So there is people.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them. So I want to first go to an example that happened about a decade ago in Australia, where APSB got together with the G100. So G100 is the top 100 CFOs in Australia. And we developed a code in collaboration with them, which they call the G100 code, but borrowed a lot from section 100 of the code, the 5 fundamental principles, the conceptual framework. They acknowledged it. They used different words, but it was not like it was like a 6-month project. We did collaboratively. They came up with a 2-3 page document. And that they adopted it as the G100 code. So maybe we can find collaborators who may want to do that sort of high level principles. And then, so we could potentially find collaborators, and they could then be part of, the family, so to speak. And maybe we can go on a journey in the next 4 years rather than we do need to do something very fast. And to Mark's point, because of that experience, I think the code is fine as it is, because if we start
a new structure project will be here another 5 years doing that. So some of the high level things I think works quite well, and we don't have to wait. Of course, that brings in the monitoring and enforcement, whoever comes along with us, our monitoring and enforcement mechanism as well. And currently, the things that are happening in Australia, there's no deficiency in the standard. It's a failure of compliance. So, the identified things are just failures of compliance, not a deficiency of the standard. So we do have a good standard. And those are also more on the firms rather than the preparers. So I think and that then goes back to the firm culture piece.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chana. Laurie, please.
Issue as well, right? And so we see that in the microcosm of a firm, but more broadly, that tells us how we do
something. Broader than, I think, the traditional view of accountants. I would say, Andy, given the definition of accountant PA that's currently in there, we're already covering a lot of non-accountants, because in the firms, there's a huge percentage of people who actually aren't accountants, and that argument is going on daily. So getting that cleaned up somehow would be good, I think, in a way that captures a broader population, but also starts to speak to the people who are governed by this in a way that they understand, because that's not a useful argument to be having with people. Okay, you're not an accountant but for purposes of the ethics code, you're an accountant. That's also a horrible argument, or vice versa, right? So I just point that out. And I think, lastly, I would say, I think the idea of thinking about the world is a big place. So thinking about where we would focus our intention, I think, is really important to having a focused strategy in this area. There's probably a short list of really practical ways we could drive this more broadly and have wins. And I think that's important, rather than trying to boil the ocean. I think more would come after, but I guess my view is I would focus on, the logical suspects in terms, we've talked about a few of them here today. And then have plans geared at getting that done, and what are the changes we would need to make to go to market, and have something that would make sense and generate a few wins in that regard, because then I think it's more easy to learn from that and figure out how to do that further. And maybe there's a phase 2 group of practitioners that we would see it apply to. Just a thought.
Thank you, Laurie. Tom, please.
I just want to understand if this at stage that you have already finished other public consultation. And I think that's I understand that public, the result of the public consultation is that the market demand for sustainability information, or perhaps is very simple. It's okay. So, but how about the other information order presenting it
sorry, the reporting as a whole, is that then consulted to the public, because the investors and the practitioners and other stakeholders might like to have some sort of the an opinion on that balance of the IESBA project. So are you? What I would like to clarify is that do they have a support of the expanding the scope as a whole, not only for the sustainability information 60, and then perhaps then I'm not quite sure about that. When I come back to the PIOB, and why do you reopen the consultation period? Because the other stakeholders would like to have some say or opinion on that. So it's a little bit, I'm not quite sure about the procedures, but the current situation is not before the consultation, but after the public consultation. So it's okay. And I think this discussion is very important, but we have to think about the, sorry to repeat that, the process or the due process of that discussion.
Thank you, Tom. I'll leave my comments for today. Ken, James, oh, now you want to speak.
Well, no, two hands when I wanted to respond to something immediately, if that's okay with me. And I was along the same lines as Tom was alluding to, but maybe this will be a helpful connection points. Again, I look back also what the respondents were telling us on exposure, and if you do take a look at it, yes, there was support for the descriptor on demand for sustainability. But if you look at some of the responses, they immediately said, yes, but what about CFOs and the PAIBs? And they drew out the equivalence issue. So notwithstanding the general support, they steered us in this direction. And then when you look at the counterpart, stakeholders were also very supportive of the identified initiative, being the CFO and the PAIB element. So what I'd say is we're probably in line with what stakeholders are suggesting. Now, I think our question is, how do we manifest that into some actions? And we're having sort of a strategic conversation. First of all, I'd like to suggest that I think, along what Laura was saying, is I do think that there's an entry point or a linkage with our proposed work on the CFO. Again, that's a targeted dimension within the preparer community. I know we are starting with the PIBs, but until we solve that and have a minimal viable product to which we can test against other stakeholders, and I think that's the right entry point, then we should think about whether we want to expand or not. But the question about expanding the scope should come after we've dealt with a product or a topic and its potential applications. The reason I say that is I think our action, which our stakeholders do not necessarily need to weigh in, but there's a strategic line of conversation that the board may want to have over a number of years. So it's not a standard setting project at this stage. But the question is, if we are engaging with the preparer community, the CFOs that are not accountants, they're going to ask, what are you proposing and what do you want to know from us? And so I'd like to link our efforts to the project, to which the respondents have given us much support, is to the PAIB CFO project. And I think that's our entry point to a broader conversation. I can point you to those.
Thank you, James. Vanya, please.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I think this conversation is very important. I think that there is no reason why IESBA should not expand its scope, because being ethical, it deals with human behavior, like Laura said, and this is not exclusively applicable to professional accountants. So I think that all professions should be ethical. So if you have a way of spreading the concept of ethics, like you said at the beginning, the problem is that people do not ignore what is IESBA in the code, but the ethical itself. So I think we should, yes, we should expand, not broadly, not immediately, not in big ways, but in what is within our capability. But we also should take into consideration what others are saying, because we now have a good product, that is the code, And that does not imply that everyone is applying the code. So we have, there is no guarantee that if we were to develop a new product, that will be applied by others. So we must work both ways. We must work for making the ethical code known by everyone and applicable wherever possible. That will benefit everyone. And then show the fundamental principles that are applicable for accountants does not necessarily make different from those that the medical profession, the engineers, the statistics should be using. So we, in my opinion, you should work both ways.
Thank you, Vania. Sunam, please.
I believe my point will be similar to Vania's. For the looking back for the past 2.5 years of my period as a board member, we have discussed this issue bit by bit. I believe each board meeting. So I believe it's now is the time to take an action. But on the other hand, it will be easy to expand the code and open up the code for use by non-PAs, in particular sustainability assurance practitioner. It'll be easier, but once we expand, it will be nothing not to be used by the users. So what I believe, as Crystal mentioned, it will be important to get sponsorship or buy-in from outside stakeholders, such as investors, regulators, corporate governance, communities. So we need to do in parallel, right? We need take an action. At the same time, we need make an effort to get buy-in from outsiders. Without that, I believe it will be ignored in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Ken.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. I know that I won't have the last word on this because you're going to come after me. This is a very stimulating discussion, and all the more so after lunch. Because normally after lunch, it is very slow going for me. All this discussion, to my mind, couldn't be a better demonstration of what a strategic board is. This is precisely, to my mind anyway, how I would see this strategic board post-monitoring group reform, right? Really, the emphasis has always been, how can we have a strategic board? And everything that we're discussing is precisely about strategy, about vision, about where we want to be. And it all starts with a vision, as you have very rightfully highlighted, Vania. The board is clear as to where it wants to go. And knowing where we want to go is absolutely the first step. And how do we get there is basically what we're discussing right now, which is what is our technical sort of maneuver, etc. How do we get the plan of action? And I also, what Hector also said kind of resonated with me. Build it first and then they will come. And the analogy I had basically was with the iPhone. When it first was introduced, there was a lot of skepticism, right? I mean, Steve Jobs went on the stage and showed a prototype of the iPhone. And everybody who was in the audience and around the world kind of looked at it and kind of wondered, what is this going to be used for? I mean, I've got my phone, I'm going to turn the dial, I'm going to call up. And this is, and the BlackBerry, a lot of skepticism, but he had the vision. He knew where he wanted to go. And from there, he built it, and then he put the marketing behind it, the how to get the message out, etc. And I think everything that we've just discussed is basically how they went through that process on their side. Start with the vision, build it, and then figure out how you get it out to the market. So that is all important. And then the next thought that comes to mind is we need to have a product that's fit for purpose. And right now, if I were to pick up the Green Book, I don't have it with me now, but if you look at the Green Book, and fortunately, I think some of the discussions we've had earlier in the week, kind of get in the way, if you see what I mean, because we've said we still want to call it an international code of ethics for professional accountants. And if you want to take this to the market, people will see it as a caterpillar. It's not a butterfly, you know. So the skin matters, how it looks and smells and walks matters, because people are going to see it as a book for accountants. And you want it to apply to me as an engineer, as a lawyer, as a doctor. It's not for me. So we have to transform it from the caterpillar to the butterfly. And that's again all part of the tactics. How do we transform to make it a fit for purpose product so that we can then get the traction? We go to the corporate governance community, go to the G100, we go to the monitoring group of regulators, we go to IFAC. They will be behind this because they see that we want to raise the bar rather than have the profession lower the bar to this point. So I think it's how do we strategize and get the sequencing and the tactics right. And then I come to basically the actions this board will take, which is that over the next year, and I'm not even talking about the next 4 years, because this is another burning platform. How do we get traction to Reggie's point? How do we respond to Reggie's anxiety that right now the burning platform is on the preparer side and it's not? And guess what? Maybe Jeff was going to come to it. We have another 6 topics that we'd like the board to consider for prioritization. And my question to the board is it right to be talking about these 6 other topics when we have this burning platform and the other burning platform? And should we not just park these other 6 topics and really just focus on those 1 or 2 burning platforms over the next year or 2? And really put all our sort of marbles in the game behind those 2 burning platforms, and let's strategize and let's figure out how do we get the tactics sorted out, how do we do the who, the what, the how, etc. And let's get a plan of action together, and let's build that fit for purpose product that, to Hector's point, then we can take it to the G20 and actually explain to them, and we'll put all the marketing behind it, we'll put in plain language, and we can then explain to the G20. Don't you believe that speaks for itself in terms of the benefits, etc.? And why don't we just sign another dotted line? I mean, I wish they could do that, but you get my point, right? So I think it's all of this discussion, if we were to just kind of bring it together, this is how I boil it down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say.
Well, no. I'm really happy because, well, you know, Ken and I, for the good and the bad, we are 99% of the times in agreement. And when we are not, something comes out of it, which is even better than when we are in agreement. So no, I can't say much more than what Ken said. It's exactly what I think. I'll put it in a less beautiful and nice way. What I heard here from the board trying to wrap up with respect to expanding the scope of the code was okay, let's go, but don't go crazy. I think that's what I heard around the table. Some of you more, let's go. Some of the others, please don't go crazy, but it's something in between. What Ken said, I think it's extremely important, and it shows, or it drives us to where I think that this discussion is bringing us, which is from the different perspectives around the table, but also from what I heard, not today, but yesterday and the day before, and etc., is that there is a general openness of this board to do something beyond the strict scope and circle of professional accountants. It's clear for me. It was clear yesterday. Yeah, I think that from the start of this conversation, I was starting to be a little bit concerned about if what I heard yesterday was not what I was going to hear today. But from what I heard yesterday, and I think that there was quite an agreement around the table, was that one of the topics where we should take this direction was precisely sustainability reporting. And I couldn't agree more with Luigi. You know that I think this is absolutely urgent and absolutely necessary for us to make impact. And this is one of the words that I think that I'd like to the board to pick up and test our direction against it, because developing standards and having these meetings 4 times a year, it's not an end in itself. I mean, this costs a lot of time, effort, money, etc. Can't be something that we do for our intellectual pleasure. It has to have an impact, and it's the impact of what we do that really matters and makes the difference at the end. Because if we don't do, does not have an impact on the society and economies, on the organizations, etc. I mean, we can take a lot of satisfaction out of it, but it's not much more than that. This is one of the things. With respect to the buy-in of stakeholders, of course, I agree. But this is a little bit the story of the chicken and the egg. What starts? Should we develop the code and reinforce the code and then go and sell it to stakeholders? Should we get to go to stakeholders and say, hey, do you really want us to have a better code or to have this code as it is? I mean, I understand both of the perspectives, but I don't think that we can do other thing than going in parallel. We will have to keep on reinforcing the code, and we have to go to stakeholders. That's what Ken was mentioning this morning about the way to get there with respect to sustainability reporting and how we can get this code to make a different impact. One thing is that this board decides, okay, let's develop these standards in a professional agnostic way. We provide the tool, and then you do what you want or you don't want with this tool. But in parallel, we can do different things, which is going the other way around, which is going to the companies and saying, hey, can you see this good product? Can you see how the impact that you could have if you would adopt this code as it is, or with some enhancements or wherever internally? One direction does not exclude the other, and I really doubt that we can get somewhere successfully without an integrated strategy, an integrated set of tools and actions to get where we want to get. And this has to be the code and the rest. And the rest is stakeholders, it's outreach, it's all of those things. It has a lot of other impacts that I'm not going to mention here today, which is a wider existential question about other things, but for the purpose of what we are discussing and trying to wrap up or to take some takeaways from this discussion, I think that really there is an agreement that our stakeholders supported in the consultation, that our stakeholders continue to support. I will have, I don't know if dreams or nightmares about what I heard at the CARC meeting, because some words are still, banging drumming in my head. But the lack of ambition and expectations more than that the CARC was significant number of CARC members expressed with respect to what we can do with respect to I don't know if it's extending the scope of the code. It's about going beyond the professional accountant scope. Was impressive and was a little bit frightening, because we saw how much our stakeholders are expecting from us. Stakeholders from different backgrounds, categories, groups, etc. So I don't think that we are lacking stakeholders' expectations. From expectations to support, there is a way to go, and this way is a way that we have to make with work, inspiration, of course, but a lot of work to get there and to get them to support and to tell us if they really support what we are doing. That's it. Jeff.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for those feedback. I think it is a very healthy and helpful discussion. Certainly as a start, I think we starting to get a lot more clarity of how we're going to approach this. I think knowing how to approach this is very important because it is a strategic discussion, and we're going to have to, as we mentioned at the start, put earmarks to our stakeholders what we are going to do. So I'm sure the planning committee will take all the feedback, and then we will have another discussion and perhaps present to the board how we think we can move forward on, in terms of our approach. It doesn't have to be just focusing on one project, and it could be multiple projects, and then you've also got the overarching stakeholder engagements that we continue to be involved in anyway. So there's a few things that we could look at, but hopefully when the planning committee will come back with a little bit more sort of perhaps suggestions. Sorry, Gabriela.
If I may, Jeff, just responding to Tom and to Tom's suggestion that we don't make any final decision without consulting stakeholders. I think that what we got with this process, which was a robust process because it started with a survey, we got the answers, responses to the survey. With that material, we prepared the consultation document, we made a consultation. But of course, depending on what we may decide to do and what we may want to do, we may need to start by making like survey or going to some more key stakeholders and getting their feedback. It will very much depend on the ambition and the nature of what we want to do on the basis of what we already have. But thank you for.
Yeah. Just one more thing. That is that the within the PIOB there is a sort of discussion when we saw the documents of this meeting that where is the proposal for the sustainable reporting for her. So that sort of the reaction might be expressed. So perhaps it's better to pay attention to that sort of discussion as well. And at the same time, that's I think that this is a very broad discussion, and then stakeholders may have a different view on the view. So, but I think that the IESBA board is trying to propose the final documents in December. Will it be yes for no SWP. So between September and December, is there any sort of the outreach or any, not the public consultation, but and I think it's better to have some sort of the consultation with the major stakeholders. I mean, that's the just publishing the last document, but it's better to check the thinking of there. For example, I'm sure that you are coming to the PI for the discussion at the October, and perhaps the other of the MGs. They would like to have some thoughts on that. That's my question.
And Tommy, thank you for again, also from my perspective for raising this due process point. Just so you know, in addition to PIB meeting in October, we're gonna have a number of engagements with some of our key stakeholders in the fourth quarter. Just to name a few, we are planning a meeting with national standard setters in November. I think is when we have identified the timing. We will be engaging with the monitoring group. Gabriela, you're going to be meeting with the group, monitoring group in November. We have also a meeting with the Forum of Firms in November, and the smaller practitioner advisory group of IFAC also in October. We're meeting the regulators, IESCO, COB, also in October. So we're going to be hitting all of these key stakeholders, and these will be absolutely the right times and the opportunities to raise the direction and seeking feedback as to whether they are sort of on site. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I noticed, Ken and Gabriela, we've passed the time of our session already. So can we add an extra half an hour or take that as a yes. So I think maybe we might go, if that's okay, we might go straight to the work plan component. And if board members have any other feedback about the other parts of the strategic drivers or strategic themes, you can perhaps you can just send them to me and Jean as well. So I'm just going to ask Jean to very quickly just go through the ongoing projects and also the pre-commitments, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. So
okay.
so sorry, Jeff. Just in the interest of time, I think the board is
okay.
In terms of the ongoing projects and the pre-commitments, I think these are sort of these are on there, so to speak.
Okay.
And we can take whatever feedback we have collected on board. That's fine from stakeholders. But could we move to the potential projects?
Sure.
Or work streams?
Yeah. So before we do that, I'll just make one comment in terms of the ongoing project with sustainability. Just remind the board, we did talk about whether out of sustainability, we would consider a revision of Part 4B of the code to incorporate sustainability assurance. So that's something to think about, and we'll consider how to incorporate that into the SWP as well. Okay, so maybe we'll go to the new. Go.
Thanks, Jeff. So this slide just illustrates the potential topic that was listed within the consultation paper. Just overall, general support was received for the topic listed in Table B. Some of the respondents queried whether some of these potential workstreams in Table B could be addressed in other ways by providing non-authoritative material, and they urged IESBA to rather focus on sustainability and the other current projects that was listed in Table A, as well as a post-implementation reviews listed in Table C, before actually considering other projects or other standard setting work streams. So from the monitoring group members' perspective, we asked for prioritization in one of the questions, and those are the three that they highlighted as being their priorities: the audit firm and audit client relationships, business relationships, as well as the definitions and descriptions of terms. They did indicate that IESBA need to consider whether close business relationships and other loans and guarantees should be prohibited irrespective of the materiality or significance. There's some detailed comments around that, and also considering adding an expedited process on when the nature of projects do allow that, and can rather be completed in a shorter time period. There were also some comments that the monitoring group members raised around the timely and accurate translation of the code and being important to the adoption implementation of the code as such. So what the other respondents provided feedback on, so just highlighting on each of the ones, is the role of CFOs and other senior public accountants in business. So there was general support received on this topic, and the IESBA was encouraged to emphasize the importance of an ethical culture in companies, and also to enlarge the scope to include the entire corporate reporting ecosystem to that regard. Also by not always adding additional material to the code, but also to develop non-authoritative material and to keep the code as principle-based as possible. And also to consider, with the theme of technology coming straight through from the comments of the over-reliance of technology by those public accountants in business. On business relationships, some mixed views received on the topics, also comments received around the materiality significance, with the exceptions on the queried loans and guarantees should be excluded as part of the work stream. They also indicated that maybe consideration can be given on the business relationships as well as the audit firm and audit client work stream, whether those two be done in conjunction or done at the same time. Some comments were received around the definition, also on business relationships, and again, technology also made its way through this topic around expanding to consider all commercial relationships as well. On the audit firm and audit client relationships, This was also the topic that was raised around whether the term of audit client is still appropriate to be used and whether there's other terms like the audited entity or assurance client should be used rather, and also how that links within the SME environment, kind of the importance thereof as well. And then also suggested some guidance material to be developed in this regard. Definitions and descriptions of terms received strong support, also encouraging close coordination with the IEESB in this regard. One respondent even encouraged that this should be expanded to other areas as well. And then also so that specific terms were highlighted, which I'm not going to go in detail, but can be found as well in the issues paper. The two topics that you would notice where is from a lower priority was around the custody of data and communication with third party governance. The reasoning around the custody of data was because this was already addressed during the technology related revisions, those pronouncements that was recently released. Some did say this is important, but also rather encourage some non-authoritative material rather on the topic. And then on the communication with third party governance also said that this has been addressed to some of previous work streams and projects that the IESBA has done, and also rather seen that this should be as a lower priority. Just on question 5, where the question was raised on other topics besides those that were listed in table B, what the respondents would suggest, and we're going to discuss it at the same time. From a monitoring group, as I mentioned, is time and accurate translation, and also to develop, as part of the post-implementation process, to address translation issues and to ensure the adoption of the code. What the other respondents raised, and we've touched already on the firm culture and governance, so I'm not going to cover that at this stage. Again, technology also to provide, encouraging the IESBA to have a clear strategy on how it will be monitoring and addressing any ethical issues that are emerging from disruptive technologies, and also, like I mentioned, expanding and issuing of non-authoritative material. Some other topics were raised, for example, mandatory audit firm rotation, audit-only firms, in simplifying and enhancing the code. These topics were kind of within the comment letters, just kind of listed. No context was necessarily provided. This is just that details also within the issues paper. Jake.
Thank you, Jean, from that lightning analysis. Before I pass it back to Gabriela and Tom, and then open the floor for board's feedback, perhaps just some additional, I guess, comment about the PC's views and proposals. In terms of translations, of course, we continue to work with our IFAC colleagues, so that's a channel that we use when it comes to translation. There was also another comment from one of our monitoring group members from IOSCO about benchmarking and basically reactivating this particular work stream to perhaps work at comparing with other jurisdictions standards as well. And as you would recall, the board has, as you might recall, the board has decided, as we finalized the benchmarking project last year, that at the time, and certainly maybe not even now, though, is something that we really have the resource to focus on, but we will continue to encourage to promote our phase 1 report to jurisdictions, but we will also encourage jurisdictions to perhaps embark their own benchmarking exercise, and perhaps you can use that to perhaps use us as a forum to perhaps share that with other jurisdictions as well. Now, in terms of those 6, I guess, work streams or potential topics that's on the screen, and of course there's also firm culture and governance that we've heard this morning. Just a couple of points about some of these projects, and then we'll pass it to Ken and Gabriela. In terms of the role of CFOs and other senior PIBs, we've heard James already perhaps commenting that perhaps this is a good way for us to look at the scope of the code, and that is something that the PC has also identified, that there is a good channel for us to understand more in terms of the broader preparers world and what the needs are and what perhaps the challenges are in terms of them applying. So this is a good way for us to gather some very important information. Another thing, audit firm, audit client relationship, we've heard earlier on about the definition of audit clients, and certainly there is quite a a fair amount of support from our respondents for us to look at this definition. So the PC Sun has noted that. In terms of custody of data and communications with those charged with governance, you can go back to the last slide. Thanks. We just felt that there's just not enough there for us to put a high priority for reasons that Jean has already mentioned. So that's why we kind of put it in the lower priority. You know, if we get a chance to get to it, we will. But as we've heard already, and Ken has suggested potentially, you know, maybe this board wants to consider really in the next couple of years, particularly focusing on those two learning platforms, interconnected learning platforms on firm culture and governance, as well as in terms of expanding the influence, the impact of the culture, other work and other professions. So with that, we want to, the next few minutes, however time we've got left, we just want to hear your thoughts in terms of how we're going to approach these potential work streams, you know, from a timing perspective. So we've talked about the why, you know, maybe a little bit on the how, but we really need to want to hear your thoughts about the timing, the when as well. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Gabrielle and Ken to see if they have any other comments before we open the floor to the board.
Thank you very much, Jeff. No comments, just waiting for the comments that the board members may have. But if Ken, if you have anything, please.
Or maybe we hear from the board.
Yeah, okay. So Andy.
Oh, if only bandwidth and resources were unlimited, then we certainly have plenty to do. But since they're not, it is pretty challenging. So I do see we talked about the firm culture aspect earlier, and I mean I think in a way the definition we talked about the definition of audited entity I think fits into this tone of the top and culture. So I'm concerned about the priority, and I'm also concerned. I was so impressed and proud of our board when I joined it, and we had a project on technology of just how cutting edge it is. And we still have a working group and we have a standard, but technology is passing us by. So you'd mentioned technology. I am concerned about some of the ethical constructs of being the machines are taking over. And I'm concerned where that fits in. In looking at the higher priority projects and given the resources, the audit firm audit client relationships and our recently completed favorite project of mine on fees, that we did have a outreach on some of these issues. And so I just don't know if, since we can't pick everything, I would tend to think that we maybe have studied that already to some extent. But I'm responding very favorably to the firm culture we talked about, the role, the expanded role that we just spoke about too. And I want to endorse that, as well as the tone at the top by the definition of audit entity. So the other ones, we just would love to do them, but I don't know how we could the bandwidth of the volunteers, of the staff and the resources and our stakeholders to review the documents and implement our changes.
Thank you very much, Andy. Sadia, sorry, Rania.
So just a clarification. So when you're the slide that we have here says the project is the role of the CFOs and other senior PAIBs. But then if you go to slide 32, where you were talking about discussing the inputs that you receive, it says, I mean, under role of the CFO and other senior PAIBs, bullet number 2, IESBA is encouraged to emphasize importance of an ethical culture in companies, enlarge the scope to include entire corporate ecosystem. So my question is, I mean, the feedback that we're getting, is it that we should focus on the role of the CFO and the other senior PAIBs, or is it the ethical corporate culture in general? And if so, I mean, I think the communication concerning those charged with governance will probably tie in with such an enlarged project. And how does this tie in with the other project that we're talking about, which is firm culture? Is it the same? Is it very different? Just some questions. And
Thank you, Rainer. Perhaps I will just respond to that first. What you refer to, those are some comments that we have got back from respondents. But from the PC's perspective, their view is to really focus this project on PAIBs, but use this opportunity, I suppose, to find out more about what preparers, in general, and CFOs in general are doing, but the focus is on PIVs, but with the edge of perhaps gathering information about, what other preparers and in terms of those in the finance functions are working on, and what the challenges are, and how the code perhaps could add value. So I think that is the focus, because we don't want to make that focus, that scope so huge and going to expanding out to those chartered governance. I mean, the board has already obviously discussed how we could perhaps approach this. But at this stage, the PC's view and proposal is a bit narrower in terms of focus on PAIBs who are CFOs. But in that journey, in that information gathering, of course, it will give us the opportunity to find out more, broader information about, preparers.
But just that one final point. I suspect that. Obviously, it's too early to anticipate. But I think that when we talk about the role of CFOs and senior PAIBs in the context of governance and culture, I think automatically you're going to be touching on communications with those charged with governance. I think it's very difficult to.
You mean firm culture?
Because general, the role of the CFOs is very much related
about culture, right?
There must, they have a duty. Part of their role is basically weigh in on those who are charged with governance, and to communicate with them, and to make sure that the tone of the top at the top is consistent. And so I'm not sure about the separation between these two. I understand that there is a focus, and perhaps the other subject is peripheral, but I think that just my thoughts. They're connected.
I agree. As you speak to CFOs, senior PIB's culture will come up, because that is part of their leadership role potentially. But our focus is on PIBs for this particular work stream. But Ken, did you want to?
No, I thought Rainer's question was different, Jeff. It's not about culture. It's about the connectivity between the role of CFOs and the last item on the slide, which is communication with those charged with governance. The last item is a little bit of a different animal, Rainer, if I could put it that way. It is about how the code deals with the topic of communication with those charged with governance across all, across the entirety of its scope. PIBs, PAPPs, and whether the code has a consistent approach, how it approaches communication with those charged with governance from an ethics and independence perspective. Because at the moment, there are different provisions in different parts of the code that deal with communication with those charged with governance. So it's not anything to do essentially with the role of CFOs, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Right. But what you're saying is, as we explore the topic of those CFOs, we may touch on their relationship with those charged with governance, which of course this would be fair game for us, to sort of address.
Sorry, thank you. I think it was Mark. Mark.
I think in taking this forward, sort of finalize the SWP, all of the things that are in there in principle are good things to be doing. There's a sort of clear alignment. I think the thing that's missing is that this is a standard setting board. So what does it mean in terms of either setting standards or revising standards? Because the concept itself is a great concept. We must do something in this space, but I do think it would help to articulate what that is, because there may be a general need to do something about CFOs and PAIBs. How much of that need is for a standard setter, I think, could be brought out in in the paper to help as we finalize the SWP, to I think better focus down, well, what are the planned outputs? What changes are they going to drive? Because all of these things you could say yes to very easily. And as Andy said, you could add a load of other things on as well, subject to having endless resources. But ultimately, what is our purpose? Our purpose is to set standards in the public interest. And I think the topic is a public interest topic, but we haven't linked it to what the standard would be.
Thank you, Mark. Hector, please.
Thank you. Just briefly, to me at least, more or less in line with what Rania was saying, I think firm culture and governance have an entry point with the communication with those in governance. And it's because of the role that we expect from the governance in the ethical culture of the firm and the access of they communicate the information they receive so that they can act in time, they can set the incentives correctly. I think there is a linkage between those two. And I understand that it goes beyond nuclear or ethical issues. It's broader, but I think there is some element of intersection there. And the other one, the expansion of the role of the reach of the code and addressing the role of the CFO and public accountants in business and those preparing information, it's also a close tie. So from my point of view, I think those four are the priorities.
Thank you, Hector. Sadia, please.
So we have seven items on the desk, but what we don't have, which takes a lot of time and a lot of our consideration, is non-authoritative material. And coming out of sustainability and looking at how many times there's been a call for adoption and implementation support, we shouldn't ignore the fact that NAM is going to take a lot of time and a lot of priority and necessary to clarify some of the implementation issues. When we look at these projects, not all projects are weighted the same, and some of them are very heavy. So we also need to take that into consideration as we prioritize which ones come to light. But at the same time, we actually have 4 years. So even though it's higher priority, we might want to say that it's high priority in the public interest, but it doesn't have to be done now. And choosing which ones need research first and actually putting them out might help us, because that would allow us to start the project, but at the same time not get involved in amending the code immediately for well, huge amendments to the code in the short term. Those are just some considerations.
Thank you, Sadia. Luigi, please.
I think that we can see these matters under many perspectives. I see it under two perspectives. First of all, we are now watching 7 projects without considering those pre-committed or the post-implementation review that are in other tables. And so they are not just 7. There are a number of activities that we need to do, including implementation of sustainability guidance and so on and so forth. So I view them as a very huge objective, really huge. I don't know, probably we have the capacity, I don't know, but it is huge. Under another perspective, we have engagement team and group audit coming into effective now, well, basically a few weeks. Then next year we have coming into effect PIE and technology. The following year, or well, I don't know whether the following year, but very close to that, there should be the entire package of sustainability, which is another important matter. And I will stop here. And and these may have a number of effects, but at least two effects. First of all, jurisdiction need to implement, and PA and non-PA this time need to implement and to set whatever they need to set in order to apply this massive amount of rules. So my fear is that it could be too much under many perspectives. So I recognize that there are really probably all the high priority are high priority, but probably there are some that are more high priority of the other. And for example, certain post-implementation review for NAS and fees are very critical in my view, because we are experiencing issues even with those charges of governance. I will not explain, but you probably are aware of different type of issues that there are, depending also about the jurisdictions. In Europe, some matters are becoming very difficult to manage. The role of CFO, or let's say the broader scope of the code, is another one, which in my view is very high priority. What I'm saying is that when deciding where to start and how to say distribute these projects and the others, I think that we need to take into consideration these two perspectives, because elsewhere we run the risk, first, not to be capable of comply with what we are planning, and second, the community, whatever is the community, not to be able to absorb and implement as we are intending. So I prefer to be prudent and not to take too many commitments, but to take those that we believe are really needed in order to increase the protection for the public interest.
Thank you, Luigi, for the wise words. Christelle.
I support Hector's view that there are connections between some subject, including the enlargement of the scope of the code. I see the role of the CFOs very much connected. The part of the role of the CFO in ethical culture can be dealt with the firm culture and governance if we have an approach more holistic on that. And of course, the question of the extension of the target of the code, and the fact that we would address the sustainability reporting in a more agnostic way would be also connected. So I think maybe at the end we would like to have subgroups. That's a question of organizing the work, but I would recommend that we have a second look at this segmentation and make it more consistent and less fragmented, because here it seems to be a bigger agenda, and we started with one which is huge also. And there are connections. I think just like sustainability was a big project, and so therefore we segmented a little bit, but created the communication, the coordination, and I think this was powerful to have something in due time, but in a consistent way. And I see the same potential in some of those projects and in the new one that we have discussed.
Thank you. Laurie, please.
Yeah, briefly, and I'm not exactly sure I'm saying the same things, but I think we have a lot on the menu. And I would say, given sustainability is our big push, I would look at these high priority things between sustainability and the broader applicability of the code. Figure out which ones of these, I'll use the word synergy because you used that word, are most aligned and support that broader positioning, and pick those. And because I do think we're going to have to make choices. It doesn't mean we can't do them eventually, but I think we're going to tread into water that is very deep and is going to require probably much more resource and drain to get that done and get it done well. So whatever we're doing should somehow be supportive of that bigger picture. So when I look at firm culture and governance, I think that really supports that bigger play that we're making. Okay. If I look at the role of the CFOs and other senior PIBs, I think that really supports that play. So I don't know the exact answer here, but I don't think we can do all of these.
Thank you, Laurie. Sanjeev, please.
I think a couple of points. Mark made a very important point on, we are setting standards. Which are the topics here on account of which we'll be setting standards in the years to come? So that's one point to address partially, number one. Luigi talked about the pre-committed list, which is not on the slide. Sadia talked about non-authoritative material, which we would be issuing on sustainability and other projects which are getting through. The list is long, no doubt about it. We talked about burning topics actually, which before they get burned and finished, should we do something about it? I think in the list, I think the firm culture and governance is one such topic, which probably we, about an hour back, all of us spoke about it. And obviously there are resources are limited. So I think this list, keeping in mind what is pre-committed, can that be revisited again? Because there are 4 topics which I see, I don't know which slide is that. There is post-implementation review, DAS and fees, which is very critical. So I think we probably need to have a list which is not even higher priority, which is a burning list now also, burning list, then a higher priority, and then a low priority. And pick up the burning list first, because I think the expectation is huge. But I think given that the resources, the work to be done, and again, a due process to be followed in everything what we do, I think we need time.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Rania.
Just a point, I'm notwithstanding everything that's been said about the long list and whether you want to move forward with those projects now or later, but I'm just looking at the prioritization, and very frankly, I have an issue with like the communication with those charged with governance being set as low priority. And I'll tell you why. I think if the board decides moving forward to focus on the issue of culture and governance, then I think that communication with those charged with governance should feature prominently in our considerations, and perhaps not as a standalone project, but as embedded in any project that we take on, because I think this is a key component of governance, and not necessarily, I appreciate what you said, and I mean, as if you want to take it as across the board, but I think if this is our mindset as a board, to now be looking at and considering culture and governance, I think communication with those charged with governance should be there in every discussion. Just a point to consider. Yes.
Thank you, Rania. I'll leave my comments for, China, please.
So I think looking at this list and the comments about the laundry list of other things that need to be done, and I take Luigi's point also, because some of those are important and we are a bit committed anyway. So then I look at the list and think about moments of truth, where, what are the projects that will really impact the organization. And I come back to, I agree with Laurie, it's probably firm culture and governance. and role of the CFOs and senior PIBs, because it gives us other avenues to expand as well. So out of the 7, if I had to pick the 2 that will be like moments of truth and will impact the organization, it will be firm culture and role of the CFOs.
Thank you, Chana. Rich, please.
Yeah, my comments are similar to what Andy said and Luigi said and Lori said and Chana just said. We also need to remember, we have a pretty major project we committed to do with regard to CIVs out there too. Yes. And that's among the other things that are carryover. I look at a couple of these things and I think what was just said is how I would see it. And look, on this, maybe we need to look at a couple of these and break them apart in terms of what could be bundled with something else. So I'll use an example. The audit firm, audit client relationship. The first paragraph talking about how we describe entity under audit or the audited entity. I think that fits with some of the culture and some of the other things we're saying. Maybe it fits with the definitions. Practically, the second paragraph about whether we're going to do something about whether the clients pay the audit fees. I just don't see us getting something substantive out of that for the time we're going to spend. And I think that was a big part of, while the polite words were it wasn't in the scope of the fees project, I think the reality was that was recognized as an issue there. And so as somebody said, bundling I think maybe Lori said, about bundling a couple of these under those couple major themes or portions of them might help us get them quickly move through quicker, given, you know, it's a very aggressive agenda no matter what, which I think we should have an aggressive agenda, but it's a real challenge, I think, resource wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Ken.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so just conscious of time, we're not going to come to a final answer in terms of the prioritization of the 2 different items. And I think what I would suggest to the board is that the planning committee takes back all the good suggestions that have been made. Somebody said this is a standard setting board. Absolutely, the focus of the board should be first and foremost on standard setting. And in that context, whilst we had discussed earlier in this session, the fact that there are a couple of burning platforms, at the end of the day, if we were to just address the burning platforms, maybe nothing is going to come out of this board over the next 5 years, simply because, well, there's going to be a lot of conversation and a lot of outreach, et cetera, that would need to happen, a lot of research, importantly. But maybe the way to proceed would be to seek that balance in terms of very strategic topics, very strategic work streams that would involve research and engagement with stakeholders, with a number of sort of bread and butter issues that we need to deal with. And Rich, maybe the matter you've raised, which is the terminology we use in the code, the concept of audit client versus audited entity, maybe that could be something that we could pick up as a very specific issue, because it does speak to what the code is addressing. And maybe 1 or 2 other issues that are, let's say, relatively concrete, that the board can continue to focus on from a standard setting perspective and deal with. Plus, whatever is on the list of pre-commitments. And Sanjeev, maybe I'll come back to your early question. Do we need to deal with all the pre-commitments before we do anything else? My answer is probably no, because it is up to this board to decide how it wishes to proceed. And yes, these are pre-commitments and they are not going to go anywhere, but the board absolutely can prioritize when they are going to come on stream over the next 4 to 5 years. So all to say, we have received a lot of very good inputs, a lot of good ideas, and let the staff and the planning committee take all of that back, do a bit of synthesis, and come up with the analysis and the final proposals in December.
Again, I couldn't agree more, and thank you, the board, for this wise and careful approach, which does not at all mean that there is no ambition. I think on the contrary, because if we want to be ambitious, we have to be careful. That's what we did with sustainability. I mean, we focused over this year and the next year on sustainability and tax. And it was, I think the results are there, we are seeing them. So, and that was because we were ambitious. So I think that this approach, to the next decisions is important. I take from this conversation a lot of important things, but I'd like just to refer to what Rania said about possibly communication with those charged with governance does not have to be a project, can be embedded in another project. And this is an approach that we should really take in a very agile and flexible way with respect to many things. Not everything has to be a project. We are a standard setter, but I think that we are not satisfied with deciding that every consideration or every consent translates into a standard setting project. I think that we have much more to do, and not necessarily do we have to translate everything into one project. It can be pieces of projects. It can be a consideration or an objective or strategic objective of this board that is tested in each project that we are developing. I don't know, just thinking about it, but I like that idea. So I think that we can close here. We are only 45 minutes late, so it's okay. Maybe we won't have board activity tonight. But this discussion was necessary, and I was not putting pressure, and none of us, because it was necessary to listen to you. I think that this part of the discussion was quite convergent in terms of these lists. We have to be careful with that. We'll see how to put this also in a visual way that meets Sanjeev's concerns about the burning platform, the high priorities, and etc. But I think that it's evident for all of us that we can't address all that's in that list, and probably we will be able to address just a very small part of it. And nevertheless, I think that this shows the ambition of the board anyway. Well, thank you very much for this very strategic discussion. Happy with that, and thanks again to the team that has been working in this project, because this is a project. It's not a standard setting project, but it's really difficult, and I think that we arrived to a comfortable place in that respect. So we will break now, and I don't know what to say about the rest of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will finish when we finish.
Well, yeah. Well, this closes the public session, Gabriela, if I may say, and I suggest we take a 15-minute break to get organized for the executive session. This is only for board members and TAs and staff. So any public observers, I would ask if they could leave the room during the break, and then we will start with the executive session. So 15-minute break.